Man, I got to wait till Tuesday. Okay. Oh my God, I just need to keep hearing that right there. Hey, you are awesomely awesome, and you're the best. You're the best, blessed. Just hell, I can't even sound. I don't even know what to say.
Had a vision for 20 in the morning, thinking of my little sisters in mourning, struggling with realities, no maladies, holidays ain't the same, everything's changed. No Bowie, no Prince, and no Michael, no Andre Crouch and the Disciples, no Walter, Edwin, or Deborah Coley, no Whitney, no George Michael. Toys R Us gone bankrupt, damn they Guitar City went bankrupt. Everything from my childhood's missing, man I swear it's such a fooled up feeling, man. I'm not mad, it's a simple observation, and I'm not sad, but it's not a celebration. I'm just trying to put the pieces back together, man. Everything's falling through my fingers like sand. It seems a tighter that I'm gripping. It seems the more that I am slipping. I feel like I lost everything I love. And where's this alleged agape love? And churches ain't the same. Gospel music just ain't the same. R&B it just ain't the same. But y'all keep telling me it's the same. But I ain't feeling nothing, damn it. And I don't wanna reach up and grab it. Shots fired, get to ducking. Always knew they were up to something. This ain't no future in your frontin'. And y'all know you still out here fool. I'm not a baby, bro, I'm grown. Don't leave me standing out here alone. That's why I wrote this song, because I know I'm not alone. What are we out here doing? What are we out here saying? People don't care no more. So fuck it, I don't care no more. This is too much for you to handle. I was always too much to handle. There ain't nothing new about me. You don't want authenticity. You don't want sincerity. 2020 brought me clarity. Now I see who you really are. No mask wearing, mailbox wrecking, racist motherfucker. Let's go. Homie, you don't really want it. Sis, you don't really want it. I'm your nightmare opponent. Walking in a new anointing. Walking past all your bullets. Nothing in your trigger bullet. Try and pull it again. No weapon missed again. Tired of talking about changes. Tired of going through changes. Lie after lie. Lie after lie. Republicans and the Democrats. Prime ministers and bureaucrats. Senators and aristocrats. HBO and Cinemax. Film the babies in the cages. Babies dying in the cages. I ain't forgot about the cages. And if you did, then you're a racist. Calling it out like it is. Call it out like it is. We've been indoors for a year. And we're heading for another year. Lights off for cologne. High interest student loans. Living in a pandemic. Calculated and systemic. Start with black folks first. Kill that melanin first. Press us down and we pop up. Press us down and we pop back up. Speaking of getting it poppin', I heard you wanna get it poppin'. 400 years picked up. I guess you really wanna get fucked up. We ain't playing with that ass. I'll get all up in that ass. Been doing wrong for too long. Time to sing a brand new song. Free at last. Free at last. Thank God Almighty. We're free at last. Free of all of your religion. All your European religion. All of your biased decisions. All of your wicked intentions. It didn't work back then. Ain't gonna work now. We were people back then, but we get rowdy now. Let's get ready to rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. Sick of being here anyway. Can somebody shout shine? Shine! Shine!
I took a hit for the team. Took a bullet for the dream. That we would one day all be free. Free from prejudice. Free from sexism. Free from bigotry. I die for creativity. I die for freedom to be free. I died in
What is going on? What is going on? What is going on, everyone? Hello, hello, hello. Cut this music down some. Hold on. Here we go. What's going on, y'all? Hope everybody is doing well. Excuse me. Trying to still get used to my setup again. And coming back to be visual again. Because it's time. I've been doing my introverted cocoon phase, mental, emotional, and spiritual growing, working on myself foremost and strengthening my own foundation of self-love. But now it is time to emerge out of the cocoon like a butterfly and live your motherfucking life. Even though there's a bunch of people right now who are waiting to swat every butterfly that comes out of the cocoon. They'd rather you die in the cocoon. Okay? Hopefully y'all can hear me. I have these fake ass ear pods in from Temu. So I'm using this because I didn't want to wear these big ass motherfucking, you see how they all used up and stuff? Girl, we doing it. We getting it. How we getting it? Can y'all hear me? Do I sound good? Is the quality good? What's going on? Queen Spicy, shout out to you. Shout out to you always. I see you in other chats too. Shout out to you just making your rounds, supporting everybody. Shout out to Queen Donna B. Shout out to King Ron in the building. Shout out to Queen Stevie who says, hi Bubs, everyone TGIF. Can we take a moment to appreciate Zaddy Bubs with his shirt off and chest out on yesterday? I mean, okay, Lord. That's a rare shit. Y'all don't be getting that a lot. No shade. Okay, it says new comments. It says we can hear you. Great. Awesome. 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 Y'all, this is going to be a lengthy live. Okay, it's going to be very, very lengthy because there's a lot of information that we have to go through. And I'm going forward, I'm not going to apologize again for being BubzDaGawd. I'm not. There is so much shit that is happening in the world, in America, in our own communities where we live, and we are sitting here arguing with each other instead of trying to work through shit to make shit happen. It's too many motherfuckers projecting their pain and they don't even know how to escape their own pain or transmute or transform their own pain, and they want to paint everybody else with their painful ass paintbrush. And that's on all sides of humanity. That's on the hetero side, that's on the queer side, that's on the white side, that's on the black side. It's a human thing. It's a human thing. And speaking of human things, what's up, Chief Soul Survivor? Speaking of human things, this is part 2 of us discussing Project 2025. Okay? We are studying to show ourselves approved. That's what you do when you want to be objective. And even if some of the stuff is scary or not on your side, you still are obligated to work through it, especially if you say you care about community. There's more niggas on platforms with fupas and titties. Some of you motherfuckers, the trans girls and motherfucking women, could never, who are not doing the work that the mentally ill, the perverse, demonic ass people that you call us. And I want you to pay attention to that type of language, because as you're going to see tonight, those type of words and where we're going, we're heading, or they're trying to spearhead Christian nationalism. That's what Project 2025 is about. It's about we are no longer going to stay in the church. We're going to go out into the world. So I guess this is their response to oppressed groups of people realizing that they don't need them to survive. That you need us to survive. You need us to play the game of fear with y'all. And the ones that don't want to play the game of fear with y'all or self-actualize, you know what y'all want to do? Y'all want to annihilate them. We've seen this historically. This cycle of bullshit. And with all things, everything comes to an end. This is the end of tyrannical control over people. And the individuals who benefited from this above everybody else, they're the ones that's really afraid. Because once people liberate themselves, you no longer have an excuse to stay stuck in your bullshit. So you use power and your influence and your resources to suppress people, even to the point to where the motherfuckers who grew up in the 60s and 70s, who survived the fucking onslaught, have joined the brigade of, well, if you can't beat them, join them, to where now you're exactly doing the same thing that was done to us collectively within our own communities. And the gag is Project 2025 encapsulates all of us, including some of you niggas. Now, we're going to delve with, in the beginning first, okay, with a video speaking to Black Americans, regardless where you are on the spectrum of sexuality and gender expression. That Project 2025 is going to transition from not subjective, what's the word I'm looking for? Covert racism and trying to find a way to make it overt again. So I hope some of you foopalicious niggas over there on the red pill panels and shit, I hope y'all pay attention to this part, because I know some of you niggas still watch. If you are a black person voting for Trump, you are voting against your own well-being. And I don't give a damn if you feel like, well, oh, I'm not them niggas over there. You still a nigga. You just ain't the niggas over there. Okay, but before we get into that video, okay, we're going to read an article, and everything that is going to be in this live is going to be in the description box below. And actually, before we do the article, before we get into the video, let's actually get into the disclaimer. 1 second. I'm trying to pull it up, y'all. I have it screenshotted on my phone. Boom. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. All the videos, songs, images, and graphics used in this live belong to their respective owners, and BubzDaGawd does not claim any right over them. So let's get into the first article. Okay? Again, this is from usatoday.com, the link in the description box below. And it reads, Project 2025 head says, Second American Revolution will be bloodless if the left allows. Oh, these damn pop-ups, bro. The president of the Heritage Fund, a right-wing think tank, says the Supreme Court's presidential immunity ruling is encouraging, and that the group, known for Project 2025, is already in the process of taking the country back. We are in the process of the Second American Revolution, which will remain bloodless if the left allows it to be, Kevin Roberts said in an interview on Stephen Bannon's War Room podcast on Tuesday. The Supreme Court granted former President Donald Trump limited immunity from prosecution from official acts in the ruling that split the justices 6-3 along ideological lines. Justice Sonia Sotomayor said, the ruling dangerously expands the chief executive's power and makes presidents a king above the law. And as we see now, Trump ass is in trouble. If this ain't the most overt case of white supremacy, girl, and privilege ever happening in front of our faces. Roberts said Monday's decision is vital to ensuring a president won't have to second guess, triple guess every decision they're making. He also alluded that it will help usher in Project 2025 if Trump wins re-election in November. The 2025 Presidential Transition Project, as it is otherwise known, is a detailed 900-page mandate for leadership. that lays out an administrative in waiting for the next conservative president. It seeks to redefine the executive branch, including overhauling several government agencies and replacing civil servants with political appointees. The plan has critics up in arms and concerned about its apocalyptic and authoritarian nature. In spite of all this nonsense from the left, we are going to win. We're in the process of taking this country back, Roberts said Tuesday. The reason that they are apoplectic, right now, the reason that so many anchors on MSNBC, for example, are losing their minds daily is because our side is winning. Roberts' appearance on War Room raised red flags for Democrats who reacted with concern to his comments. James Singer, a spokesperson for the Biden-Harris 2024 campaign, responded in a statement drawing attention to the 4th of July. Quote, 248 years ago, tomorrow, America declared independence from a tyrannical king, and now Donald Trump and his allies want to make him one at our expense, Singer said. They are dreaming of a violent revolution to destroy the very idea of America. In a statement to USA Today's Wednesday afternoon, Roberts alleged that it's organized groups on the left that have the capacity to carry out violent riots. So you're saying all of the protests that started off peaceful, that was met with militarized police, is more violent than the individuals who stormed on a national building. So the ones who are saying, please don't shoot us, please don't kill us, Black Lives Matter, the ones that are met with tear gas, the ones that are met with riot shields and batons, we're the ones that's violent. Meanwhile, again, y'all motherfuckers can go inside of the damn building and then go to the motherfucking where the conversations and meetings are held, girl, and stand there like you the judge talking about Jesus gave you all this victory to take the country back. But we're violent. But the left is violent. Wow. Americans in 2024 are in the process of carrying out the second American Revolution to take power back from the elites and despotic bureaucrats, Roberts said. These patriots are committed to peaceful revolution at the ballot box. Perennial political candidate and spiritual leader Marianne Williamson also responded on X, formerly Twitter, adding, quote, "This is chilling. Their idea of a second American Revolution is to undo the first one." Lord. And I think that's the end of this article. So with that being said, we're going to go ahead and dive into more of what Project 2025 is about. First of all, starting with the niggas, because I do want to talk to black people, because my YouTube channel is catered to humanity, but also through my expression as a queer black man is what I put emphasis on, because we need more growth and love and awareness and affection in that area. So we're going to start with the niggas first. So again, for the foopalicious niggas, big titty niggas, girl, on these platforms, these red pill platforms, if you are watching this, I give you permission to screen record this aspect of the live and use it for your lives. Again, I'm not a bottom. I don't take dick. I give dick. But at the same time, I know how to take a joke or take criticism back. But all I'm saying is just make sure that you're objective in your critiques to what I'm saying. I don't mind little Slade, little Slade girl. Shout out to B Slade. I don't mind little slick jabs and a little bit of shade and read. I don't mind that because it comes with the territory. But I also want you to make sure that you attack what I'm saying objectively. Not subjectively, but objectively. And then the other part of it, we're going to actually talk about Christian nationalism and them saying that America is a Christian nation, that the founding fathers was Christian, but they were not Christian nationalists like y'all are trying to do. We'll get into all of that, the history of all of that. But before we do, let me check y'all comments real quick. Please make sure y'all hit the like button. Help this channel to grow in the algorithms. Let me see. We had Chief Soul Survivor in the building. Let's see. Right, he was all sweaty. Oh Lord, Green Stevie. Yep, reversing history. Kerry Washington summed it up beautifully. Yep, and we talking about them too. I'm sure the Toxic Masculine Forum will get a rude awakening if they enforce Project 2025, because I'm sure they support Trump. And I realize that there are some individuals who are going to literally do what they can to make sure that they make it, even though our ancestors did everything to make sure that we can make it collectively. But like you said, maybe they'll get their comeuppance. I don't know, in a dark way, in an ego death type of way. Queen Stevie said they don't want to be reminded of the 400 years of oppression they caused us on critical race theory. Yes, we're going to remind y'all and hold y'all accountable every damn time. Exactly. And then on top of that, okay, black people collectively, and I'm speaking as a spokesperson right now, we will completely forgive and forget what happened to us and what's continuously happening to us once Americans forget about 9/11, once they forget about the 4th of July. At this point, we need Jewish people to forgive and forget about the Holocaust. We need the Asian community to forget and forget about the war. You let all that shit go. And like I said, at this point, it don't matter where we go. It's going to always be equality across the board. Y'all be trying to find a way to make yourselves exempt from shit and make yourselves the hero. But when we look at y'all actual history, we see that there is anything but heroism going on. Ron says, even black conservatives are starting to receive their wake up Negro card or call. Candace Owens, Tommy Sotomayor, and others are being dismissed by the same white conservatives they coon for. And it's the information age. At this point, there is no reason for people to be ignorant. And I understand people have the right to believe what they want to believe. And one of the videos we're going to be using is from an individual named MorgueOfficial, who has this beautiful way of just explaining what humanity could look like for everybody. And it's so crazy that people who call themselves Christians at large say they rally for somebody who was loving and inclusive and saw people differently, but then in application, they are so intapped with the God part that they forget about the love, the Christ part, which was the human part, the love part of doing unto others as you want them to do unto you. And that's exactly what's happening. The church is getting their do unto others as you want them to do unto you. And they're like, wait a minute, hold on, we're Christians. We're not supposed to go through this. The Bible is an allegoric story about people's encounter with the divine in their own way. And that thing, as far as it being called love, is so beautiful that it covers almost any and everything. That there were so many different situations where humans were put in perilous times, and instead of succumbing to it, they made the choice to love themselves and tap into that source to where they would overcome it, to where it seemed miraculous. That's the point. And if you do it through love, it covers a multitude, right? But again, a lot of people who are Christians are fear-based as well. These are fear-based people. They don't support Christianity because they love God and they want to be great and wonderful to their neighbor. They simply are Christians because they don't want to go to hell. They don't want to be punished. They don't want to be called out. And that's why with the cardinal sins, they have to call the homosexuals and everybody out and literally force us into exile. But their book said that we should die, but yet we're still living. And if the oppressed groups of people are thriving and living, then there will be other people who are caught in fear who will look at them and say, well, wait a minute. I'm still in the church 15, 20, 25, 30 years, and God still ain't do it yet. But this person is finding freedom outside of the church. What's going on here? And see, all this shit, unfortunately, is going to make sense when shit literally hits the fan. And when I mean make sense, I mean the objective reality of where the fuck we are. And because we haven't really learned to love ourselves and to have conversations that lead to reconciliation, when we get to those points, a lot of people are going to lose their mind. A lot of people are going to succumb to their fear ideology or whatever fear that's running through their own mind. And all I'm doing is just giving awareness. All I'm doing is giving information. Because at the end of the day, we all have free will and free choice. But there is something that all of us collectively are going to have to deal with, just like death. And that is accountability. Queen Stevie said exactly, they scaled the fucking wall. Let that be us. We would have been dead on the lawn. They would have probably called it the Red House afterwards, because it would have been drenched in the blood of black people. They don't want that. Oh no, I've seen videos of white people apologizing for slavery. Good, you should be apologizing to us. But not just apologizing. It's one thing to apologize. I can sit up here and apologize or apologize because I'm caught in this situation. Or I can simply be authentically honest and genuine and say that I'm fucking sorry for what happened. And then go forth and do reconciliation, which means that I'm going to take something that I stole from y'all and I'm going to give it back to y'all. And that's going to hurt me. But it's the right thing to do. And then I'm going to vow not to do it again so that we can actually build community. And my thing is, it don't matter how much y'all run, the truth will eventually catch up with your ass. Whether it be this lifetime, Erykah Badu next lifetime when you a fucking butterfly, it don't matter. Truth is the master of all realms, all infinite possibilities, girl. The truth is there to set your ass free. But some of us can't handle the truth because it hurts. And trust me, I understand what that feels like. I know what that feels like. But it also gives you an opportunity to transcend shit and be better and find your own power. And when we actually get to a point where we start working through the murkiness and we start getting to see some of the bigger picture things, that's when things are really going to get dangerous. They want the confusion. They want the arguing and back and forth. They don't want the education out there. They want us to regurgitate what is being told to us without us fact checking it, without us talking to other people and studying to show ourselves approved, any of that. And they just want us to fight each other so that they can do what they do behind closed doors and do it easier. It's going to be a lot of guilt and shame that is going to be birthed out of this whole bullshit. But there is always a way out. Motherfuckers did not plan on black people escaping the plantation girl. So again, when there's a will, there's always a way. And that will has never died. If anything, it's just getting stronger. So anyway, let's get into the video, shall we? Cut the volume down on this a little bit. All right. And again, the first one we're going to be listening to is a video from a YouTube channel called, what is it called, Lord? Something lawyer, Defiant Lawyers, excuse me, Defiant Lawyers. And they're going to break down just possibly one of the many, okay, things that are going to be happening in Project 2025 that will be very detrimental to black people across the fucking board. And it's not just going to be black people, girl. All the oppressed groups of people, all the people who are liberating themselves, we are about to get a quote-unquote wake-up call. And again, it happened in the 80s. So we're literally coming full circle again. But this time we have the information age, we have the internet to be able to really spread the information faster. When will humanity get it? So make sure y'all subscribe to his channel as well and follow up with him on his videos. So let's go ahead and get it going, shall we?
And I did my first video on Project 2025, again, 7 months ago. 7 months ago. And now I understand, even last night, I didn't watch the BET Awards, but I was told that Taraji P. Henson actually told folks, because she was the host, I think, that they need to get up to speed on Project 2025. Now, the problem with getting up to speed on Project 2025 is they have released a 932-page manual. That's almost 2 reams of paper. That's that thick, okay? Most people don't have the time to read something like that, and some of what you read is very legal, it's very technical, and most people probably couldn't understand some of it anyway.
Right.
So I've taken it upon myself to go into the deeper parts of Project 2025 and share with you what I believe are the most problematic provisions for African American people in Project 2025. So what I want to do today is I want to share with you a little bit about something called disparate impact. Disparate impact.
Pay attention, y'all.
All right, so we're going to go and see exactly what disparate impact is and why it will definitely enable and unleash much more racial discrimination against Black Americans. So I say right here, the conservative movement has initiated Project 2025, a highly structured and well-financed campaign with an agenda that opposes democracy and civil rights. 7 months ago, I created my initial Project 2025 video when most people seemed oblivious to its threat. In the upcoming Project 2025 videos, I will explore in more detail and highlight particular dangers faced by African Americans from Project 2025.
And please make sure y'all share this video. I don't really ask people to share because I want people to find it on my own, but this is serious. And regardless of whatever the outcome of this election is going to be, there is going to be an avenue of change. There are some people who want this change to be violent. And there are some of us that want this change to be peaceful. But I want the peaceful people to understand that you have the right to be violent as well when it comes down to your motherfucking self-fucking defense. I don't give a damn who you are. You don't have the right to take my fucking life, especially if I'm not doing anything but existing. That's what I want y'all to understand. Some of these motherfuckers are playing in our face. Playing in our face. Literally telling us that we need to work harder, we need to do this, we need to do that, and then there are some niggas who do that, and it's never enough. There's always, you gotta reach this, and this, and this, and this, well, you're close. Fuck all that. Fuck all that. We get to a point to where we don't need y'all motherfuckers anymore. You want us to be in a symbiotic relationship where you siphon the life from us. And that we're supposed to be okay for exchange of breadcrumbs. And this shit has happened throughout fucking history. I'm recently playing a little bit because sometimes I have moments where I kind of want to chill and do nothing because I'm always thinking all the time, where I'm starting to play this game called The Witcher 3. Very good game. Wonderful game. Amazing game. I'm so mad that it took me a while to fucking play it. But the story in there is literally the same fucking thing. There is this fight for power to control everything else as opposed to working to fucking together. It's a okay, girl, let me stop.
And the thing to remember about Project 2025 is that its policies have been around at least since the Reagan administration, because the policies were developed by this organization called the Heritage Foundation.
Correct.
Again, which came
my
into
Andrew Caldwell
fruition
voice. Correct.
in the early years of the Reagan administration. All right. And today that organization is led by this man, Kevin Roberts, Dr. Kevin Roberts. He's president of the Heritage Foundation. And what the
Sorry. Remember, that's the individual, girl, who said that the second American Revolution will remain bloodless. But wasn't Christ about peace? And wasn't it Christ's blood that was shed and Christ wasn't shedding other motherfuckers' blood? Okay, girl. All right, girl.
Heritage Foundation did
girl.
back during the Reagan administration was developed Reagan Reaganomics, if you will, develop sort of a Reaganism sort of approach to government, and then dispersed those policies from Reagan's policies around to conservatives around the country. So what these folks intend to do is to institutionalize Trumpism. They want to make Trumpism the standard bearer for the conservative movement. And
Trump is their savior. And since we're going to play that game, didn't the Bible and the Bible scholars, please correct me. I'm asking you to. Because again, I'm not beyond reproach. I don't know everything. But if I'm not mistaken, didn't it also say in the Bible that the Antichrist will be somebody who would come and have this illusion that they're going to fix the fucking world? That there will be people who will be swayed by his words alone, but disregard his actions. Girl, y'all own book is coming to pass, but it's not coming to pass in the way that y'all been taught it was, girl. You can't make this shit up. Can't make it up.
See that taking place in the Congress, in the courts, in the Supreme Court. Just today, we got this immunity case down from the Supreme Court. I will be doing a video. In fact, I think I'm going to go live and talk about that. And by the time you get this video, I may have already done so. So just if you missed it, go and watch the replay of the live. If I do it live, I think I'm going to do it live. So they want to institutionalize Trumpism, and they're using the Supreme Court now that they have 6 conservative members on the court. They're using Congress to the degree that they can, state legislatures, churches, and so on, to codify, if you will, to memorialize, to make Trumpism the standard for conservatives, whether he win or lose.
There's a whole bunch of them, Ron. There's a whole bunch of them.
What they're trying to do is really dangerous, very dangerous. And I got many videos planned to explain to you exactly how they are trying to do this. And as I said in the opening, they are well-financed and well-organized and have been around a long time. So they know how to get their agenda done. And those who oppose Project 2025, we're not that organized, unfortunately.
Ooh. That is why I kind of give the smoke the way that I give the smoke to some of these niggas. Because again, some of you niggas grew up during the 60s and 70s when niggas was getting together and organizing. Have y'all forgotten about the whole bus situation, girl? Where niggas said, oh, fuck you and the bus. And it had to force the bus company to start letting niggas on because they realized that they had some power. And that's the part that they fucked up about. How does the property get to have some sort of, what's the word they call it? They try to say it about robots and shit. Sentient. Not products becoming sentient. That's why I be like, some of you niggas who lived and was children during this time and talk about it online, why are y'all not out in the community organizing shit like this? We're the individuals inspired by the Black Panther movement that are actually out there doing it for real, for fucking real. Because remember, Fred Hampton said that he was cool with queer people and women's liberation because he understood, again, objectively, above all things, that we are all under this form of slavery. It's just that we as black people, we as niggas, we was just the lab rats. We were just the prototype for this shit. And I want black people to understand this. The energy that is in us still resonates with us. We just haven't heard from it a lot because we're too busy giving our energy to a European energy as opposed to an energy that is us. naturally. We need to find a way, and find a way quickly, to come together. And this is why I'm kind of getting pissed off, because I feel like the only way that we're going to get together for real, is when the objective doom has finally commenced, to where we have no choice. And at this fucking point, no shade. You made your choice, I made my choice. I guess we all gonna hang in this bitch then. That's like white privilege, girl. You want to wait towards the absolute end, and then you want to be, oh, woe is me, woe is me. Woe will be unto you then, nigga. What that man said was a fucking read. We can't organize for shit. Where are the panels where niggas on there for 10 hours? 11 hours doing part 1s, part 2s, part 3, part 4, part 5 in the red pill community, having real constructive conversations, girl? Nowhere. But when you look at the fags, girl, CTV is the king of this shit, girl. Be shutting it all the way the fuck down, girl. You got motherfuckers following in that likeness, in that energy, girl, and that awareness, and that flow, girl, like motherfucking Lord, the name is slipping me right now. Damn. Shit, what's his name, Lord? He's right there on my face, Father God. Girl, no shade. I wouldn't mind him kind of riding my face a little bit too. What's his name, girl? Shit, he's on the tip of my damn tongue. What is it, Lord? What is it, Lord? What is it, Lord? It's right there. I see the color. I see the do-rag. I see the head. I see the mannerisms. What is it? Damn. Girl, it'll come to me. Girl, man, what's his name? It's pissing me off. Reckless Logic, girl. You got Reckless Logic, girl. You got Hope Giselle that are having these conversations, who are going to the other side. Only time you motherfuckers be over here, girl, is when y'all doing drive-bys, girl, screaming out the window, saying dumb shit. But meanwhile, we coming to y'all territories, girl, like motherfucking, what's his name? I think it was Daniel. Again, Bible scholars correct me. Like Daniel, bitch, in the motherfucking lion den with them hungry ass niggas, girl, and all them niggas was on hush mode. They was chilling the fuck out. We always go over there. Forgive me, Ron. You can take the boy out the hood, but you can't take the hood out the boy. That's prefer. Tomato. Anyway, let's get back to this video, girl. I'm gonna be talking all my shit, girl, because when shit hits the fan, girl, I want you to understand that some of y'all played the part in it objectively. Y'all be trying to talk about queerness, but y'all afraid to talk to the queer niggas for real, because the queer niggas keep proving y'all how wrong y'all are, and how y'all really not gonna put in the work to study to show yourselves approved to actually be nice to queer people. Just like white Christians, a lot of them, you have subscribed to the Jim Jones Kool-Aid girl of organized religion, not the teachings of Christ, which is a universal love energy, but the fear-based organized religion aspect of it. And you think that because you're serving that God, that all is well. Oh, no, I'm not correcting you. I forgot to include in my paragraph. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, you can still correct me, because you know what I'm saying? I'm just letting y'all know, girl, Andrew Caldwell be trying to ride my tongue sometimes, and I don't want him. Okay, I'm just saying. But let's get back to the video. That was a read. We are not organized. We are not organized, girl. It's people afraid of talking to queer people, to organize with them, girl, to work with them, girl, to have an understanding conversation, girl. And then on top of that, the ones that do, i.e. Mandrell, i.e. Shoo, i.e. Tough Topics Podcast, even though she has her perspective, girl, she's still willing to listen, okay? I.e. Beautifully Animated, i.e. Tyru, i.e. Mr. Bennett, who, again, when I do join the bald hood brethren, girl, I hope that I would look like him, because out of all the bald niggas, girl, I would choose to be like him when I'm bald, okay? Him, girl, and of course, Dr. Nakumbe. Y'all have these people on y'all platforms They literally speak in defense of queer people because they also are objective. And instead of y'all being like, you know what? Even if you got to be shady, girl, even if you got to be like, girl, okay, girl, you want... Just give us that. But instead of y'all doing that, y'all rather just hold on to what y'all call bitch energy. Y'all be talking about bitches, but low-key be acting like bitches emotionally. Anyway.
We're not that well funded. And so typically they're able to get their agenda done because our opposition is not as effective as what they're doing. Well, I'm going to do my part.
Right.
I'm going to do my part. In
Do
fact,
it.
we're going to be introducing some merchandise soon, so that you can start purchasing this merchandise and wearing it and promoting our fight to defend civil rights and to fight Project 2025. All right, so Kevin Roberts,
Nigga, we always fighting, girl.
is the
I'm ready to live, bitch.
leader
Fuck
of the
fighting.
Heritage
Shit.
Foundation, which gave birth to Project 2025. And what you see on the screen now is the manual, that 932-page manual that they've written that covers a whole host of things. I have been scouring that document, and there's one thing that I want to share with you today about what they intend to do, which will definitely unleash a lot more anti-black racism. All right, let me explain what I'm saying. So disparate
See,
impact.
Ryan.
Disparate
listen, y'all.
impact is
Listen to
probably
disparate
a word
impact.
you've
Listen.
never heard in your life, or a term that you've never heard in your life. In that manual that I just told you about, let me quote
subscribe to him
these
right
words. Courts have ruled that even without evidence of overt, intentional discrimination,
I got
such
2
results
phones.
might suggest discrimination.
I really got 3.
This
Okay.
doctrine of disparate impact could be ended legislatively, or at least narrowed through the regulatory process by a future administration. So, Dr. Roberts here is saying that they want to see the disparate impact doctrine done away with, like they did DEI, like they did affirmative action.
Right.
Because disparate impact, we litigators, practitioners, civil rights litigators, we use disparate impact to prove our civil rights cases all the time. Because quite often when we bring these lawsuits, these civil rights lawsuits, we don't have intentional discrimination or overt discrimination.
Right.
We as Black Americans know we don't have to be called the N-word to be discriminated against. We know that, having been the victims of discrimination all our lives. We know that racists nowadays are much more smarter and wiser than to use a racial slur.
I wouldn't say them hoes is smarter. They're clever. I'll give them that. They clever, girl. But if they were smart, they would be able to find a way to really mask it to where us as black people wouldn't even know. So I wouldn't say it's smart. They're just very clever. It's kind of like a child who's been reprimanded and they go ahead and do it again. Or like, for example, one of the dogs I used to have, may God rest her soul, her name was Mimi. Okay, she was a rescued Labrador. Baby, when it came time to eat, when she was eating her food, when nobody around her, when nobody bothering her, but whenever I had food, she'd just be staring at me. Staring me down. And you know how black people talk to their dog. What? Go out. I already go. You already ate. Shit, I'm trying to eat. She would do this little trick where she would look sad and walk out, look back and walk out, and then she'll kind of like go in a circle a few times and then come back in as if though she just did something new. That's what this is like. You hoes are clever, but you're not smart. You have to transcend shit to be smart. You have to let go of your cognitive dissonance, girl, and accept what's objectively true, girl, in order for...
Nonetheless, they discriminate against African Americans all the time. And you see, what the law requires is that you show that the discrimination was intentional. And again, short of somebody calling you the N-word, it is very, very difficult to prove that the discrimination was, in fact, intentional.
See that? Again, it's going to be lengthy, y'all. You listen to me while I'm in the background. And I know these niggas in here listening, girl. No shade. But that's the thing. You already just said, we as black people collectively know energetically what it's like to be harassed and to be discriminated against. I.e., we go into a store and someone's always following us around. You break your bike, I feel sorry for your mother. You get what I'm saying? We know what that energy feels like, and he's going to use an example that all black people collectively, whether you gay or straight, going to be like, oh yeah, that's written. We know. I want y'all to understand. Let me break it down for you in the intersections of blackness, girl. When it comes to the queer aspect, when a white person is saying, oh, well, I can't be racist. I never called you the N-word. I never said go back to your country. It's the exact same thing when y'all say, well, oh, I'm not calling you a fag. I'm not putting my hands on you. I'm not doing anything like this to you. I'm not objectively physically harming you. Yeah, but then it's also about the words you say, which is why I give niggas the smoke, especially some of you older niggas, girl, because you older niggas should be doing the fucking work so that the people behind y'all and even behind me don't have to keep doing the fucking hard work that y'all supposed to be doing. It's supposed to be easier. That's the point. Y'all want to pass on this survival thing, and can we get survival and live, bitch? How about if your ass is put in this situation, this is what you can do to survive the situation or the encounter, girl, with your life, but also go live, go do things, go be better than me. It's a bunch of I'm the daddy, I'm grown ass niggas now, and you wonder why the community where it's at. That's exactly what y'all are saying to queer people. But then when we go to church, discrimination there. Project 2025, girl. Taking the discrimination out of the church and into the world, girl. Yeah. Being ostracized, demonized, kicked out of our homes. Made fun of, judged. No Diddy, no Diddy. Not saying no Diddy in reference to the nigga was over here literally abusing people. No Diddy because he was fucking niggas in the ass, or he was getting fucked in his ass. Girl, Jesus may never come, but the ancestors will, bitch. Understand that. Jesus may come, but the ancestors will. Jesus, I'm pretty sure, probably sitting up there looking like, girl, do I really want to come down here and claim them, girl? I gave my life, girl. Y'all talking about China and everybody laughing at him. Girl, y'all laughing at me. Y'all done took what I was trying to do to help y'all, girl, and y'all wanted to believe the fear more so than the truth, girl. And now all of a sudden, y'all sitting here calling me back, but yet you don't want to even show the energy to make me inspired to come the fuck back. I told y'all that the age of Aquarius, and that doesn't belong to a particular religion, girl. Y'all can say Revelations. Spiritualist people say the age of Aquarius. Other groups say it as well. That time has come. And if it's said that that is going to happen, or a opportunity for that to happen is going to happen in whatever ideology you believe, girl, you should be able to be like, well, wow, that must mean universally as human beings, we're all going to go through this. And no shade, 2020 kind of gave us a chance to really work that out, girl. It was as if though the universe gave us a motherfucking, what is it? Said you can use your cliff notes on the test, girl. You can have a cheat sheet. Here's the cheat sheet. But y'all want to be like, oh, girl, I don't need the cheat sheet. I know what's going on, girl. Hell yeah. Okay. Well, now we're going to have the opportunity to see what's really going on. because Project 2025 is gonna clean. Project 2025 is just here to clean up whatever we haven't already destroyed, girl. Whatever's left, girl. It's the clean up woman. Okay? I'm sorry, let me sing it like a white person. How do they sing it? I don't even know how they would sing it. A clean up woman is a woman who, yeah.
To show disparate impact.
Right.
Disparate impact.
Let me shut up. I want y'all to listen to this.
That we can show that blacks disproportionately have been affected by this type of discrimination. And that then shows the intent of the discrimination. So it's a way to sort of get around the fact that intentional discrimination is very, very hard to prove. If we can show that enough blacks have suffered some injury or some damages because of a particular type of discrimination, then that meets the disparate impact doctrine. Well, they want to get rid of that so that a civil rights lawsuit will be dismissed by a judge unless you're able to show just some overt, intentional racism. And again, that's hard to do nowadays. Now, let me give you an example so that you can see exactly how this plays out in court. Meet Rhonda. She is a real estate investor who buys and flips houses. Recently, she sold a home she bought before the pandemic and made a nice profit.
My new book, Keyboard Rich, How Anyone Can Earn Six Figures from Home with a Simple Bookkeeping.
The money from the sale was deposited into her Bank of America account. A few days later,
Rhonda, I forgot to cut that out.
To withdraw
forgot to cut that out.
$27,000 to invest in another deal. Despite being a loyal customer for 15 years, the manager refused her request for no legitimate reason. Rhonda tried another branch the next day. This time, the teller asked her for her driver's license to verify her identity. After showing her ID, the teller still refused and called the supervisor. The supervisor confirmed Rhonda was the account holder, but started asking offensive questions like, "Where did you get this money?" Rhonda refused to answer the question, and the branch manager was called. The manager also asked offensive questions. Frustrated and knowing she was being racially profiled, Rhonda asked why. They responded by calling the police.
Girl, listen to this.
Who verified her identity, but the bank still didn't honor her request.
Girl, what in the absolute fuck? Girl, let me continue, because I'm about to read the fuck out of these motherfuckers, girl.
Now let's stop there. Rhonda, a legitimate real estate investor, sold a house, made a nice penny on it. The money was deposited in her bank account, and so then she wanted to use some of that money to buy and flip another house. So she went to her bank that she had been banking with for 15 years and said, "Hey, I'd like to withdraw $27,000. She went through all the protocols. She showed them her ID, put in a PIN number, all that you have to do. And lo and behold, they refused to give her the money. So she left that bank. That was one day. She left that bank. Next day went to another bank, figuring, okay, maybe, the teller had a bad day or something. Same thing happened at the second bank. Very same thing happened again. But this time, they called the police and asked her a bunch of offensive questions. Where did you get this money? Something that never happens to whites. Not those kind of offensive questions. Okay? So that is what happened in my scenario here. Let's go back.
And before you go back, again, black people, let me look in the camera. So all the people who are, oh my God, we're not there anymore. We've become better people. We're good now. This woman did exactly what was asked of her. That if you believe that you are good enough, if you believe that you are smart enough, if you believe that you have the faith the size of a mustard seed for the Christians. That if you're all these things in America, you can make it. And she said, you know what? I'm not going to be a victim anymore. You know, I'm not going to rely on the system. I'm not going to be a welfare queen. I'm not going to be anything of the sort. I'm going to go ahead, get off my lazy ass, and work. But she also decided to educate herself and say, wait a minute, a lot of these white people are playing the game smart too. See, they learned all type of shit that we as black people don't know. So she just kept her ear open. Again, the slave was listening when the slave should be doing slave shit. The fuck? And said, hey, I can make money flipping houses. How many dilapidated houses is in the motherfucking hood, girl? I live in an area, girl, where houses are being shut up every day, bitch. And she said, you know what? I can go ahead, flip these houses, put money into them, girl, and possibly help black people get nice homes to where they ain't got to leave the hood, girl. Let's transform the hood so that we can still love it here, bitch. And again, she's been banking with Bank of America for 15 motherfucking years, girl. Got him. Loyal customer. Had no problems before. Getting money out and shit. But now when she go to the branch, girl, oh, I'm sorry, I can't give you the money. Oh, you need my ID? Well, here's my ID. Here's all the documentation, certificates, whatever the fuck you need. Here you go. Matter of fact, let me put my PIN number in. My personal number that I chose. Let me put that in. I'm sorry, we can't give you the money. Why can't you give me the money? Oh my God, she's being hostile. Please hurry, come. Please, she's about to punch me through the glass. Police come, girl. Talk to the woman. Show the police. And again, black people gotta try to be calm when the police come, girl. They can't be a human being and be in distress. They gotta be careful, because distress means, oh, angry monkey, angry blackie, shoot. So she was calm, professional, and you know black people know how to code switch. Let's not even act, girl. We all have our white person voice. Hello, how are you? Thank you for calling. Great, thank you. How are you? So wonderful to hear. Give me one moment, please. Can I please have your PIN number? Can I have your account number, please? Thank you. Yeah. Give me one moment. Excuse me. Okay. Well, Miss... Talk completely different at home, girl. Gave the police the stuff. The police was like, she has everything that she needs, bro. Y'all thought this was going to be a motherfucking... You was going to be the person who can sit up here and change a narrative about motherfucking Blue Lives Matter, girl? And Black Lives Matter? You thought that you were stopping some sort of drug money being washed in a legitimate way, girl? You've been watching too many goddamn episodes of BMF and all type of shit, girl. To where now your ass feel like, girl, I know what it looks like when they're watching the drug money. I be watching P-Valley. I be watching Power. I know what they're doing. Sir, they can't have the money, sir. The police come through. You thought they was going to get arrested, girl? And the police said everything is good, and y'all still said no. You can't even tell me the motherfucking truth without you freaking out and calling the fucking police. And that black woman was being civil. She wasn't the angry black woman that y'all love to talk about, but yet y'all so afraid to fucking meet in the fucking field, bitch. Okay? But anyway, let's continue. Shout out to Defiant lawyer. I'm a Defiant leprechaun right now.
I can see what happened. It took Rhonda 2 months to get her money through a wire transfer. She just got discouraged, didn't want to go back, so instead of showing her face, she decided to do it through a wire transfer. In other words, this is banking while black.
So I got a girl, so if I was really a criminal, girl, and you was proving I'm a criminal, why wouldn't you try not to give me my money online? I had to go online to get my money, do a wire transfer to have that shit put in, girl. Then to go to the bank. This is one of the reasons I don't even like going to the bank right now, girl. Deposit my shit in, direct deposit my shit in, girl. Let me move my shit around, bitch. I don't want to deal with none of y'all, because the day that somebody tell me that I can't access my motherfucking money and they're trying to allude that I'm someone else and I'm doing anything wrong, I'm going to say y'all have to objectively prove it and prove it right now before I call the police. I will be on Instagram Live talking bad about y'all motherfucking bank, telling everybody, if you black, don't come to this bank, girl. I'd have been asking offensive questions. You think I'm a thug or something? Prove it. Huh? And you might get cussed the fuck out, bitch. I'm gonna have your ass crying because there are some people you just don't fuck with. Especially if you ain't got no damn proof.
That's what she dealt with.
Girl, I'm getting
She
hot
hired a
and
law
shit.
firm and sued the bank under a civil rights law from 1866, now known as 42 USC Section 1981. We bring these lawsuits all the time under Section 1981. Now watch this, as I just said.
Girl, all these motherfucking numbers and shit. Number AA7456. At this point, I'm about to start playing them bitches in the lottery, girl. What's the numbers they got? What's the law number called? 9947123245. Bitch, let me play that, girl. Get something out of the deal. Get something out of the deal.
No one called Rhonda the N-word. No one said to Rhonda, we don't give this much money to black people. That didn't happen. That has happened with other litigants, other plaintiffs, but that did not happen in this case. But in order for her lawsuit to progress and in order for her to win it, the law requires that she shows intentional discrimination. That is really, 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 really hard. Really hard. Because like in the example that I just gave you, she couldn't show that anyone again called her the N-word or mentioned her race, but she knew that's what it was about. And we as African Americans know that that's what that was about. Because no one would do that to a white person. Probably would never do that to an Asian person. Maybe a Latino person, but not to a white person. Probably not to an Asian person. So she knows this discrimination, racial discrimination, banking while black, racial profiling.
Right.
Absolutely. But the law lifts that standard so high, she has to show intentional discrimination. But there is an exception. And that exception is if Rhonda can show disparate impact, which means, can Rhonda show that other similarly situated black Americans have experienced the same type of banking while black? And guess what? Just a simple Google search will show you many blacks have dealt with the same type of discrimination.
The information age, there is no reason for you to be ignorant at all, and yet people still choose to be ignorant. And I want you to know that if you choose to be ignorance will choose your motherfucking ass. Know that. If you are okay with receiving whatever you put out, fair game, girl. May the odds always be in your motherfucking favor. Girl, are you kidding me? But yet, y'all talk about a few things that have happened at Pride that, yes, are adult-oriented, and I also agree that should be put behind closed doors, at least banned off, especially if it's at a family-friendly event. But at the same damn time, girl, y'all trying to... Y'all got those few instances, girl, and the queer community is just automatically guilty of that. Meanwhile, when it's our turn to show our burden of proof, it be so overwhelming, girl, to where at this point, instead of being accountable, y'all rather just kill us. Wow.
Including famed director Ryan Coogler, right? Who directed the film Black Panther. So it happens quite a bit. So one may be able to show disparate impact without showing that someone used the N-word when they denied this black person their withdrawal or discriminated against them in some other way. All right, now, notice these types of lawsuits come under 42 USC section 1981, which is a civil rights law that was actually enacted back in the 1860s.
Let me see if I can read that, because I should have read the other one. All persons within the jurisdiction of the United States shall have the same right in every state and territory to make and enforce contracts, to sue, be parties, give evidence, and to the full and equal benefit of all laws and proceedings for the security of persons and property as is enjoyed by white citizens, and shall be subject to like punishment, I think it says pains, penalties, taxes, licenses, and exactions of, and I can't see the rest of it because it's covered by the edit for YouTube part. But wow.
For the benefit of African Americans. And essentially it says that corporations must enter into contracts and enforce those contracts.
Stevie said Reverend Williams Washington a former slave and Union Army officer from Georgia, founded the first black-owned bank in America, True Reformers Bank, on March 2nd, 1888, And I mean, again, black people, whenever we rise, whenever we try to do something right, girl, it's never enough, girl. Black Wall Street came through, they was making money, girl, and they destroyed it. It wasn't bombs over Baghdad, girl. It was bombs over here first before there was a Baghdad. Y'all was just practicing on us first. Girl, the Hunger Games, for real.
As it does with white people in the same way. So when you go, for example, to buy a car, to lease an apartment, to buy a house, to do business at your bank, to do business at Walmart, or some other place where a contract is established, they got to treat you the same way that they treat whites.
Yep.
Otherwise, you can bring a Section 1981 lawsuit against them. Now, the issue is, as soon as you file the lawsuit, the other law firm is going to file a motion to dismiss and say that you did not present any facts to show intentional discrimination. And our response is, well, we don't have to, because we will show disparate impact. We will show that other blacks have been treated just this way.
Right.
And that then will get us around the intentional discrimination requirement or standard.
What's in your wallet right now?
Girl, I forgot to cut all these damn ads out.
Probably $400 or $500.
$400 or $500
Something like that,
in
yeah.
cash.
Yeah.
Is that what you're always carrying?
We about to watch this whole damn commercial.
Carry something like that.
In
yeah.
20s or 50s or 100?
Well,
Okay,
Project
thank you.
2025 intends to get rid of disparate impact.
Right.
Doing so would make it easier for corporations to racially profile black people in various areas like employment and housing and many, many, many other ways. In other words, the impact of getting rid of disparate impact would be devastating for black Americans, because corporations will say, we don't care that you file a lawsuit because you can't prove intentional discrimination, and because of Project 2025, Congress has gotten rid of the disparate impact doctrine. So what's that going to do? It's going to do just what the title says. It's going to unleash more racism in this country. That is just...
And again, that can be historically proven. You might be able to whitewash y'all might be able to whitewash some of the actions that y'all have done, but y'all will never be able to whitewash the end result and what manifests of that. Because again, truth, first of all, there is no color to truth, bitch. The color of truth is E for everyone. And because we don't deal with things on the individual level, we contribute to the collective pain. And now the collective has to pay for it. And the gag is, there's been so many opportunities for that to happen. There were opportunities throughout history for reconciliation and inclusion. But because y'all not working out y'all own shit and you feel like I'm special, I'm different, I'm all this shit, it don't apply to me, girl. Because you think that way, you're literally causing harm to the world for your selfish ways. But meanwhile, sit up here and praise or worship a man who had given his life for your motherfucking ass. But yet you won't even give your life. Girl.
One of the specific threats that Project 2025
That's just one.
poses for Black Americans. So, right here, Dr. Roberts, Kevin Roberts, in that mandate for leadership, it says, quote, courts have ruled that even without evidence of overt intentional discrimination, notice it doesn't say courts have ruled that even without evidence of discrimination, but overt intentional discrimination. That's the hurdle. That is the hurdle, and it's a very high hurdle. Such results might suggest discrimination. This doctrine of disparate impact could be ended legislatively. That means Congress can kill it, like they've done the Voter Rights Act. Or at least narrowed through the regulatory process by a future administration. So if Trump gets in office, this will be on the list of things that Project 2025, Dr. Roberts, and the Heritage Foundation wants the Trump administration to accomplish. And it's just one of many. One of many. I got more videos coming this week.
Make sure y'all go over and subscribe, especially to this man. Please do.
Specifically,
I'm already subscribed.
African Americans in many ways. And when you understand what Project 2025 is intending to do and see how that agenda is being implemented through SCOTUS, they want the White House, through Congress, through state legislatures. Wow. 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 It is very serious.
Crazy.
So let me close by saying this. As I said in my live presentation just after, I think a day after the debate, for me, it doesn't matter if Joe Biden had been wheeled in a wheelchair into the debate. He fell out the wheelchair, fell on his face, and couldn't get up. It wouldn't matter with me because I still would vote for Joe Biden. Not only because of the policies that Biden and Harris have put forth that have benefited Black Americans, but because of what Project 2025 and these folks want to do to African American people. People just like this. Trump, Dr. Kevin Roberts, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Speaker Mike Johnson, and millions of others. Millions of others. One of the things that Project 2025 want to do, and I'm going to talk about this in another video, is they want to fire thousands of people who work for the government and replace them with extreme right-wing conservatives.
Now listen, before we get into the other video that we have, because again, I told you this gonna be a lengthy live. Shout out to the 7 people that's in here. Make sure you hit that like button. Help this channel to grow in the algorithms. Please share this video. Matter of fact, at this damn point, fuck it. Since we back visual and we motherfucking taking it to the motherfucking metal and pedal the metal girl, go ahead and share this video in Red Pill Spaces. Share this video in Christian Spaces. Spaces. I know y'all know some. Since y'all want to come on out, since y'all want to come out the church, since the queers come on out, then let's all come out, girl. Let's find a middle ground. Let's share a middle ground. we are getting to a pivotal point to where regardless of what happens, there's going to be change. If Joe Biden becomes president, there's going to be change. If Trump becomes president, it's going to be change. But I want y'all to understand, realistically, and even spiritually, and most importantly, humanistically, that's not the only choices we have. We have the opportunity to really work on the one thing that both parties are afraid to really do, no shade, is to build uniformity. The individual that we're going to listen to right now is an individual by the name of MorgueOfficial. They are a white person, but that doesn't even matter, because at the end of the day, I really care about people's spirit and their soul. And if you're for humanity and you treat yourself good and you treat other people good, I don't give a fuck if you white, black, gay, straight, old, young. It doesn't matter. It's about the humanity in you. That is what's most important. There is a subsection of or better yet, shall I say this? There needs to be a third party. Thank you, Ron. I appreciate y'all. It needs to be a third party of people on the left and the right who are just fucking tired of being lied to. Do you understand that we are being lied to? We have people who are literally lying in our face and saying, oh, we're not going to hurt you. We're not going to do anything to you, just to do it and do it over and over and over again. And for the people who don't want to support that, you start trying to force them into that by using fear. That's why my purpose is to create these lives and create this platform, which is only just one of the platforms that I'm going to use. Y'all stay tuned. To be able to have conversations and dilute the fear, because the fear is what's going to get everybody fucked up. And a lot of y'all not really ready to handle fear. One of the reasons why I love weed is because spiritually in my heart, I feel like I know where we're going. And that feeling's very strong. And sometimes feelings don't lie. Feelings, emotions are indicators of things. Yes, we have a logical mind, but we're also emotional beings too. It's about both of those things working together to help amplify and maximize your life. But there are people out there who are afraid to even believe that for themselves because, oh, I'm not strong enough, I'm so weak or whatever. Then you have the opportunity to become strong. But you don't become strong by destroying other people's existence. There are people who probably hear my commentary who are Christian and probably feel like, oh, you're speaking against Christianity as a whole or whatever. I'm talking to the organized aspect that has turned what is supposed to be for the people into a business that profits off the people instead of profiting the people, because the people end up going into these buildings. The people end up giving their money that they work in 2-3 jobs for, and some of them not even paying their bills because they're being faithful to what you're saying that God's going to do for them, when you are supposed to be the physical representation of what God does for them to help them out. Which is why you have ex-gay people out here who are saying that they are free of being a homosexual, girl, but still they dick be getting hard and they pussies be getting wet, girl, thinking about the same sex. To the point to where they're telling other queer people that you can go to hell or you can live my life of penance, a life that I didn't fucking ask for. Meanwhile, the people who judging you, girl, they the one taking dick like a pro. And no shit, I'm about to have a nigga moment. Why do you think I want to fuck somebody from the Kojic church? Because I know the sex is going to be good. Maybe I should go back to church. It's a lot of women in church right now that ain't praying to get closer to God, girl. They trying to get to know God and ask him, Lord, I heard your main number was this number, and I need you to send me a man to come knock the dust off this pussy. We better pay attention to what the fuck we got right now, y'all. This is the time to work together. This is the time to carve out the world. I don't have the time for it, bitch. You better make time, because them hoes made time for you, girl. And they're saying your time is not long. It's short as fuck. So if you really care about community like you say you do, bitch, it's time for y'all to do like the fuck y'all did in the 60s and 70s, girl. It's time to get together. It's time to have meetings. It's time to have these real-ass conversations, girl. It's time to bridge the motherfucking gap, girl. It's time for us to educate ourselves. It's time for us to deal with our own ego. It's time for us to say, you know what, you right, we apologize, whoop-de-whoop-de-woo, let's go forward. Girl. Anyway, MorgueOfficial, let's get into his explanation, which he does so beautifully and so well and does so objectively, and I appreciate it. Where again, Christian nationalism is trying to become a thing. They realizing that the power that they have inside their church really don't work. Because if it did, people would be going to church instead of running away from it, girl. And instead of them realizing that the power is really in me, but I've been giving it outside of myself for so long to where I don't know what the fuck to do. Now, all of a sudden, instead of really working out my own soul salvation, I'd rather kill y'all and stop y'all from doing it so that I don't have to do it. Bitch, Jesus even gave his life, girl, and went to hell on your behalf, girl, because he understand how ignorant some of you hoes are, girl. Didn't he before he hung his head on the cross and gave up the ghost, didn't he say, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do? Y'all say y'all know Jesus. It's time for y'all to prove it. And if you actually pay attention to the Bible, you will understand exactly how to build a foundation to do that. Anyway, let's continue.
Welcome, Neogenians, to Dawn of the New Earth. It is the 4th of July. So what are we talking about today? We're talking about what did the Founding Fathers really believe about God? And I'm going to be doing some reaction videos to videos that show that Christian nationalism is on the rise in America and poses a very big threat to our freedoms. Now, the reason why we're taking a look at this is because, like I said, it is 4th of July. But in addition to that, I want to show you what the Founding Fathers actually believed about God, because it is 100% different than what people are trying to present to you in a case that, oh, well, this was a Christian nation founded on Christian ideals and values. I can't tell you that what Christian nationalism is completely the opposite of what our Founding Fathers wanted. So we're going to be taking a look at all that today. It's important information. This is critical stuff. Hey, I'm an ex-Christian. I grew up in a conservative Christian household, so I'm very familiar with this stuff. It's going to be probably pretty triggering for me, but we are going to watch it because it is necessary, important to understand, and then we're going to be looking at what the Founding Fathers actually believed. All right, my friends, let's begin. This is an important topic today. We're going to be taking a look at these videos, like I said, that show that Christian nationalism is on the rise. But before we do, let's just give a quick refresher as to what Christian nationalism is. And let me read this definition to you here. Christian nationalism is an ideology that merges Christian beliefs with national identity. So this isn't the same thing as being a Christian and a nationalist. This is Christian nationalism, which is about merging Christian beliefs with national identity, which means that it advocates for Christian values in public and political life.
So what he's basically saying is that instead of it being a nation in which you can be Christian in, which you have the freedom of religion to believe whatever you want to believe, as long as it's not harming yourself or harming other people, you can still be a Christian and still also be a nationalist and love your country and be patriotic and all that beautiful shit. You can still do that. With Christian nationalism is that they want that to be the only way of expression. The only way of expression, not freedom. Like as we'll discover later on in the video, that the Founding Fathers were trying to get away I think I forgot what the rule was they were trying to get away from, to express their own religious freedom. And that, yes, a lot of them were Christians in reference to the fundamental aspects of treating your neighbor as yourself, the basic shit that Christ asked y'all to do, girl. But y'all turned around and again made it a business to where now if people start walking out of churches, money starts coming out of churches. Y'all love, girl. If it's two things that are very taboo in the church, girl, that's sex and money. And it's a whole bunch of that shit happening in there. Again, I might have to go back to church, girl. Okay? I'm just saying. Okay? But anyway, let's continue with MorgueOfficial's breakdown.
Which means that here are some of the core beliefs. They believe that the United States was founded as a Christian nation with a divine purpose. This is why we're going to be taking a look at what the founding fathers really believed, because we're going to see that that is the furthest thing from the truth.
Right.
Second, it promotes policies aligned with conservative Christian values, such as opposition to abortion and same-sex marriage. Third, it emphasizes cultural identity, emphasizing maintaining a Christian cultural identity, viewing other religions or secularism as threats.
Yeah.
So this isn't just about being a Christian and being an American. Christian nationalism is about converting America into a theocracy, into a Christian nation, where the Bible dictates the governing processes of America. All right? So that's incredibly important. This is what we are talking about. And this is...
No shade. I just had an epiphany, and I don't need to go to Tiffany's. If y'all play video games, there's a video game that I played about a year or so ago, and it kind of gave me goosebumps. There is this gaming series called Far Cry, right? I played almost all the Far Cry games, but the one that I love the most, that seems the most realistic, is Far Cry 5. When there is a leader who's a religious leader who just shows up and just people start listening to him. And yes, he's a savior, to where now he creates this whole compound with his family members, and they literally force people into their beliefs by killing them. When y'all done with this live, when you on YouTube, or even if you can do it now while you're listening, if you got another device, type in Far Cry 5 beginning intro. And you might get a little bit of goosebumps.
Is on the
What's up, boy,
rise
crazy?
today. So we're going to kick things off here by looking at some videos that show the rise of Christian nationalism, and then we're going to be looking at what the founding fathers had to say. We're going to be taking a look at this pastor. And we have a lot to get through. Let me see. We'll see how much time we have. But let's look at this guy first.
I'm to the place right now, if you vote Democrat, I don't even want you around this church. You can get out. You can get out, you demon. You can get out, you baby butchering election thief. You cannot be a Christian and vote Democrat in this nation. I don't care how mad that makes you. You get pissed off as you want to. You cannot be a Christian and vote Democrat in this nation. They are God-denying demons that butcher babies and hate this nation. Bunch of devils. I'm sick of it.
So I want you to know.
And before he talk, no shade. I keep telling y'all it's equality across the board. So if we're going to look in each other's blind spots that we feel like we're not looking into, girl, we're going to do it all across the board. Matter of fact, that's what truth is. No matter where you are on the board, I am there, girl. I am the board. I'm the pieces on the board that you play around with, girl. So for the Christians, I want y'all to explain this, but don't worry. MorgueOfficial is going to explain it, because just like me, he was also a part of the Christian faith. See, a lot of you niggas are not really part of the LGBT community. You might be curious about shit, but you're not really part of it, like us who have to live in it and unfortunately end up dying in it by the hands of others instead of letting Father, God, Mother Nature, Universe do it in its own natural way. Well, and he's going to say it as well. Oh, they're extremists. Okay, well, let's point out the extremists and talk about their asses then. But because we're part of organized religion and been a part of a girl, we have more validity than y'all because we see it. Some of us experienced it. We saw other people experience it, girl. We saw the cult-like mentality, girl. We saw it. What, none of you motherfuckers going to hospitals and walking past hospital rooms and waving your hand and shit and hoes was healed. None of y'all was going to morgues and funeral homes and crying family members, girl, and raising them from the dead after they get shot in the fucking head and make all that shit regrow. Y'all not doing it. Well, only Jesus can. Well, if you actually read the book, Christ said that you will go forth and do far greater works than me, nigga. Y'all so worried about me as the person, y'all forgetting about the mind in me. That is also in you. It's all the same. But y'all ain't got no problem killing, though. I guess that's the only way you feel like God can be final in judgment expressed. Well, I want you to understand, when you do that, spiritually and universally, you open yourself up to receive that as well. And white supremacy and all this other type of bullshit has been getting away with this shit for the longest time. But there will come a time where objective accountability, or like y'all say in y'all books, where every knee is going to bow and every tongue is going to confess. Y'all thought it was just for the sinners, girl. You just thought it was for the people outside the faith, girl. Hell no, girl. It's for you too. And if anything, y'all are more obligated and hold it to a higher standard because of that. And if we turn the mirror on y'all, how many motherfucking demons would we see?
Notice something right here. You'll notice that he's calling anyone who's not a Christian a devil and demons. Now, this is a very common tactic in...
And to your point, Ryan, at this point, if what you believe in ain't harming me or someone else, you can believe that. But the one thing that I can appreciate, and again, even if he is a Satanist and we have this ideology about Satanists, according to the Bible, the faith, girl, Christ went to hell, girl. He told Satan, girl, bitch, I don't know what you're talking about, girl. My father made all this shit and made you, girl. So, you know not to test me. You was talking all your shit and motherfucking when I was on earth, girl, trying to fuck with me when I was getting myself together 40 days and 40 nights to get away from these crazy ass people, girl, who don't understand yet. Trying to get myself together. I'm over here trying to figure out ways to help them, girl. I don't want to die, but damn, it seemed like that's the only way. And now that it's after, I see y'all niggas still don't get it. So Satan, you was talking all that shit. Lucifer, you was talking all that shit, tempting me and telling me all type of shit. You thought I was, because I was human, I forgot. No, bitch, I spent most of my childhood and all my shit in the Bible where I was gone, learning how to know who I am. So when your bitch ass voice come around, I can say, oh girl, bitch, you just a loser, girl. You was the winner, girl, who lost. Have y'all ever seen the film or the movie Cats or the musical Cats? Grisabella, the glamour cat ass bitch, girl. How I used to be, touch me, it's so girl, just old and just fucked up. But now you play that game. Now I'm in your shit. Now I want you to test me, Satan. What you gonna do, nigga? You here? Yo niggas around, girl. You got. I'm on your turf. I'm on your home. You have home advantage, and I want you to touch me, girl. And better yet, I want you to touch any of these motherfucking souls down here, bitch. Because I bet you won't do it while I'm here. I bet you won't. I bet you won't. I bet you won't. I bet you won't. Because again, he, according to the narrative, literally transformed hell to where you don't have to stay there if you don't want to. These people are trying to force people into hell. And I'd rather listen to somebody who, I guess in society, embrace the concept of hell in a positive way, girl. You might want to talk to them, girl. No shade, because they have some information that could even help your ass, girl. God and truth is in everything. It's about, can we face the fear? That's just how I see it. But let's continue.
Fascist states to declare anyone who is not part of the group as subhuman. This is a very common tactic used all the time, and it's a very nefarious tactic when you want to be on the lookout.
And for the Christians that sit up there and talk about, especially the black ones, oh, he using a video of I'm not saying anything against you, Ron, but I'm talking about the people who will try to transmute what I'm saying and say, oh, I told you they was demon, he using the nigga who served the devil, and motherfucking tell the story about shit like that. Well, then I guess some of you niggas' nephews are Satanists too, who murder other people in cold blood, girl. I guess a nigga that you say freak mook mook on your shirt, I guess he a unknown, unconscious Satanist, girl, that y'all asking to come home, girl. Y'all make songs about how I miss you and I love you, cuz, came out and free my nigga Pookie, bitch, and he out here doing all the devil's work. And some of you niggas used to do the devil's work, bitch. So let's not play that game. Don't forget where you
because
came
if you
from.
believe that those who are different from you are less than human, then it becomes a lot easier to commit horrific acts against them. So not only are they being looked at as less than human here, but they're actually being looked at as demons, as adversaries, as devils. So let's continue.
Hey, want to talk about the insurrection? Let me tell you something. You ain't seen the insurrection yet.
Oh shit.
You keep on pushing our buttons, you low-down sorry compromisers. You God-hating communist America. You'll find out what an insurrection is, because we ain't playing your garbage. We ain't playing your mess. My Bible says that the church of the living God is an institution that the gates of hell shall not prevail against it. And the Bible says that we'll take it by force. That's what the Bible says.
Now, one thing that I want to point out here, clearly this is horrible and a call for, literally just a call for insurrection. But here's the thing, I think a lot of people think that, oh, well, these are just extremists. And while individuals like this, yes, they are extremists, I can tell you, coming from a Christian conservative household, we weren't really extremists. We were kind of middle of the road Christians, I would say. And so if we were to see someone like this, we would probably think, oh, wow, like in the way that he expresses himself, like, oh, wow, he's going a little far. He should be showing the love of Jesus, right? That's probably what we would think. He should be showing the love of Jesus. However, we would most likely not disagree with him. We would probably be disagreeing with like the way he presents the information, as in, oh, that's a little too aggressive. But the fundamental values that he's trying to promote and say need to be instituted in America, we most likely would have absolutely supported. So that's important to keep in mind, is that...
And again, I was having a conversation with somebody who had shared that they have a friend of theirs that they know that is Republican and has a whole lesbian daughter, but meanwhile they're voting for Trump. They don't like Trump and what he stands for, but I mean, that's my party, so, you know, I have to. The same thing with the church. I may not agree with how he's going about it, and I feel like he could have done it in a more loving way that's affirming, but I mean, it is from the Bible. I mean, it is in the book. So, I mean, I guess he's right. Even though it's horrible, he's right. And there are going to always be people who are going to be afraid to get their hands bloody, but don't mind watching outside and looking at the carnage that happens. There's a lot of that, too. So, Ron says, I don't mind. I have friends that are witches, which isn't necessarily the same because they are different forms of magic. Black. Exactly. I was just saying that because, again, for the people who are listening, who are from the red pill community with the fupas and stuff, they possibly try to take my context and or my content and take it out of context to say, hey, I told you those motherfucking eunuchs over there, they be supporting Satan, girl. They be so mentally ill. They call each other girl and stuff or whatever. I was just saying that in case they try to cut my shit up, for the people that actually want to know what I really said, could come to my motherfucking channel and watch the live and see it for themselves, which also proves that a lot of people over there don't really like thinking. They just want to project. Girl, I'm just covering all of my bases.
This isn't just, a few people here and there. This is something that is very widely supported. So, yeah, and I see that Laura says what Morgue is saying is so true. Yeah, and Laura has a lot of experience in Christianity. So Laura would know firsthand this type of thing. And I think it's hard for people to understand this who aren't Christians. They don't really understand this. They don't often get this. But if you have been a Christian and then stepped away, you understand that even though a lot of the times they present themselves as being like peaceful and, promoting the love of Jesus and all that, oftentimes they also want to strip you of your rights. And now I'm not saying this is all Christians either. I'm not, bashing all Christians. What I'm really bashing on right now is how Christianity becomes expressed in a toxic way. And the toxic way that is being expressed is through this idea of Christian nationalism. Because I'm sure that there are very many progressive Christians out there, and that's great. That's awesome. Nothing against progressive Christians. However, there are a very large number of people where the Christian belief system gets expressed in an extremely toxic way, and we need to be on the lookout for this. So let's see here. So that was that guy. Oh yes, let's see what we have here. So this is a senator, all right? So this next video we're gonna be looking at. So the first video we looked at was a pastor. And you're like, okay, well, fine, whatever. It's just a pastor, right? Obviously those ideas are crazy and dangerous, but he's just some pastor. What influence does he have? Well, here now we're gonna be taking a look at a actual senator, okay? So let's take a look and see what this is about.
We have the power of God with we're serving here. He's guiding and directing our steps. And in November, we're going to take our state back. My God will make it so.
You hear that? God is directing us. We will take it back. God will make it so. And this is more of the same individual.
1 Corinthians 1:27 gives us all hope. God uses the foolish to confound the wise and the weak to confound the strong, right? That's his story. And he uses people like you and me to change history. I always like to say when we make his story, our story.
Oh, listen what he said, like we said that little part here. Right? You know, right? Rick? Are you all right?
November, we're going to take our state back. My God will make it so.
All right.
God is directing us. We will take it back. God will make it so.
All right. They took our jail.
And this is more of the same individual.
1 Corinthians 1:27 gives us all hope. God uses the foolish to confound the wise and the weak to confound the strong, right? That's his story.
Right.
And he uses people like you and me to change history. I always like to say when we make his story our story, we can change history. The future.
Hell yeah, girl. If I could find a way to use Christ to wash my sins away, girl, even though I keep committing them and doing them and killing people and shit. Yes, if I can sit up here and say, but Christ died for all people while committing acts of murder and death to them. Yeah. I mean, it seems like the perfect scapegoat, you know? Because when it's y'all turn, all of a sudden, now don't trip, God ain't through with me yet. Oh, the righteous man falls 7 times. Get your ass up, nigga.
For Pennsylvania under Josh Shapiro is an oppressive regime, not unlike East Germany, where your freedoms will be snatched away. So let's walk in freedom. Let's choose this day. Let's choose this day to serve the Lord.
Yeah, so you can see that this is clearly not a separation of church and state. It's where church wants to control the state. And Jan has a good point. Jan says, yes, but religious leaders have influence over politicians. And you're absolutely right. I just want to make the point that this isn't just within the walls of churches. This is within government officials expressing these ideas. And let's see, let's take a look at, of course, Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Girl, when I first saw her, all I thought was Home Alone, girl. When What's name found out that her son wasn't there, oh, Kevin! And she just passed the fuck out, girl. I just saw that.
You've identified as a Christian nationalist. There's a lot of talk about Christian nationalism now. Do you feel like that's something that they're going to be making a big part of this campaign?
TYT caught up with Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene in South Carolina ahead of the primary in that state. And what does she think about more members of the far right feeling comfortable enough to publicly call for...
Can y'all hear the video clearly? If you can, please let me know, because I have these headphones in, so just want to make sure that everything is pretty cool.
For a Christian nationalist country. Well, let's hear what she had to say.
Are you aware that the founding fathers were Christians and nationalists? I mean, I don't know why you think that's such a bad thing.
You see, so using the excuse of the founding fathers, this is exactly why we're going to be taking a look at what the founding fathers really believed, because you're going to hear this excuse used again and again by those promoting Christian nationalism.
Of course I'm a proud Christian, and of course I love my country.
Now, what I thought was really interesting about that answer was the fact that she got super defensive right away. Michael Shore asked her the most neutral question.
So another thing that I want to read to you as well, because like I said, we're looking at how this is infecting, you know, governmental structures, where we have the Alabama justice who ruled that embryos are people, say that American law should be rooted in the Bible. All right, so this isn't just some random person, some random pastor. This is Tom Parker, Chief Justice of the Alabama Supreme Court. and he expressed his support for the Seven Mountains Mandate, a once fringe philosophy that calls on evangelical Christians to reshape American law and society based on their beliefs. So I'm just going to read you a couple quotes from this, then we'll get back to some more videos here. It says, on the same day that the Alabama Supreme Court Chief Justice Tom Parker handed down an opinion declaring that fertilized frozen embryos are people, which is just a ridiculous notion in itself.
And let's go ahead and pause right there for the Christians. I want you again to please fact check me. A few scriptures here that kind of delves more with embryos and fetuses and stuff. And again, this is in the book. Okay? It's in the book. Life begins at birth with the first breath. That's Genesis 2 and 7. Fetuses are not persons. That's, I believe, Exodus 21. It's EX. I believe it's Exodus. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Exodus 21, verse 22 through 25. Fetuses should be aborted as proof of adultery. That is Numbers 5, 11 through 31. Life is not sacred. Deuteronomy 28, verse 18 through 24. God will rip open pregnant mothers to be. That's 2 Kings 8, verse 12. Israelite king Menahem, mess his name up, ripped open pregnant women. 2 Kings 15, verse 16. God will kill unborn fetuses. Isaiah 13, 18. God will destroy fetuses in utero. Hosea 9, verse 10 through 16. I need for y'all to also explain that. Just wanted to put that out there real quick. Excuse me.
Which imperiled women's access to in vitro fertilization treatments, espouse support for a once fringe philosophy that calls on evangelical Christians to reshape society based on their interpretations of the Bible. This is as far as you can get from what the Founding Fathers wanted, where it was founded on freedom of religion. Parker suggested America was founded explicitly as a Christian nation. Absolutely not. We're going to be looking at that. And discussed his embrace of the Seven Mountains Mandate, the belief that conservative Christians are meant to rule over 7 key areas of American life, including media, business, education, and government. This is a quote by Parker. God created government, and the fact that we have let it go into the possession of others is heartbreaking. Does that sound like separation of church and state to you? Because I don't really think so. Like I said, this stuff is pretty triggering for me. I grew up with this sort of mindset as an ex-Christian, and it absolutely wants to put Christian values above government or control.
Yeah, because even with me as a queer man growing up in organized religion, a lot of us dealt with this whole fear and trying to wrestle with this thing that these people are telling me that God hates me. Simply for me just being who I am. But yet again, like he said earlier, that they put up this premise or this facade that we're loving and we're caring and we're nurturing. But then when you get in the community, you realize there's not no love, no care, and really no nurturing. When you actually do care, love, and nurture people, you're discriminated against. Because I'm reminded of an example where I think the leader of the Culture Church now is Bishop Drew Shear. That's Karen Clark Shear's husband, and I love the Shear family. Even though I don't fuck with organized religion, gospel music will always have a place in my heart, and I still listen to it this day, especially with Leandria Johnson. I love her. But I think that he got chastised because he was trying to commune and reach out and show levels of thanksgiving with another religious group. And the Culture Church said, no, we don't do that. We're not going to do that. If we're going to do that, they have to convert to what we believe. And it's like, no, our purpose as a church is to be able to supply the public with what they need, regardless of whatever they're going through or what they believe. At the end of the day, they're human. Have y'all not read the books in the Bible where Christ was caring about the poor and caring about those who are living in disparaging experiences? Have you forgotten that aspect? When did he go around joining the brigade that y'all doing as far as kicking motherfuckers down and killing your wounded soldiers? That's what I'm talking about. Y'all say that y'all are Christian and y'all are loving and y'all are caring, but y'all afraid to even embrace the people that Christ would have, because society tells you that if you do that, your ass will join them. Let's take a quote unquote more realistic example. Slavery. What about the white people who knew mentally, emotionally, spiritually, energetically that what was done to black people was wrong? And even when they wanted to show care and love for them, they had to do it in the secrecy of the night. Just like some of you homophobic niggas want niggas to go back in the closet because you miss fucking them in the closet, bitch. That's why. And then for the individuals who are white, who were bold in their stance of saying that these are fucking people, what happened to them? Y'all say y'all Christian? This is the opportune time to actually walk in that. That's the test. Are you still going to be able to choose love in the midst of hell? Are you going to be able to choose love in the midst of confusion? Are you still going to be able to choose love in the midst of disparaging times?
Government. So Tom Parker, the Supreme Court justice,
hold on 1 second,
issued a concurring opinion in a case in which he and his fellow justices ruled that embryos have the same rights as living children. And Parker wrote that Alabama had adopted a, quote, theologically based view of the sanctity of life. So based on theologically based, theism, based on essentially what the Bible says. And that, quote, life cannot be wrongfully destroyed without incurring the wrath of a holy God. To support his legal opinion, Parker repeatedly cited the book of Genesis, including a passage asserting that all people are created in God's image. Do you see how nefarious this is and how dangerous and damaging this is when laws are being passed and enacted? And what is he giving to support this? Verses from the Bible. This is a quote from Parker. Even before birth, all human beings bear the image of God, Parker wrote, and their lives cannot be destroyed without effacing his glory. Now really think about where this is going to go, because if you are saying that the Bible should control how the law is enacted in this country, then consider all of the horrific things that the Bible supports. And I know a lot of people will say, oh, well, that's just Old Testament. And no, it's not just Old Testament. I'll tell you, there is an incredible amount of sexism in the New Testament, where it says that women are not allowed to teach, that women must remain silent, that women must obey their husbands in everything, and that women's bodies belong to their husbands.
Not you love your husband so much, you love your man, my man so much to where I want to honor that nigga. I just feel it in my spirit. I need to honor that nigga because that nigga honors you. Not that. We're talking about even when your man is wrong and he, because he irritated, can punch you in your motherfucking face and tell you that God has ordained for me to whoop your ass. You better be careful. To where you're not really his, you're not really his wife. You're really just his fucking child that he gets to fuck. You better not never tell nobody but God how he died on top of me.
So, think down the road. If we live in a theocracy where the Bible dictates what laws should be passed, what kind of rights do you think are going to be afforded to women? Do you think that they're going to be afforded the rights that they have today? No, absolutely not. They're going to be stripped of many of those rights. And that's just, we're not even talking about the LGBTQ community and racism and there's a lot of slavery in the Bible. In fact, the New Testament supports slavery. The New Testament says that slaves should obey their masters like they would obey Jesus Christ.
Hello?
There are terrible things in the Bible. So do you really think that the Bible is the ethical...
Girl, there was a book in the Bible I remember. A wise mystic told me whatever. It's a video that I have of them. And it was like, remember when them prophets put a spell or a curse and them 2 bears came out the woods and ate up them 40 kids? Like, And let's not talk about the dark ages of the church, where they used to hang and burn people at the stake who think differently than they do. Girl, these are the same people who chose Barabbas over Jesus. Let's really talk about it. What none of you niggas doing the insurrection at the cross, bitch? Y'all wasn't pulling out spears and motherfucking shit. You wasn't like the damn motherfucking X-Men movie where they was doing shit in Egypt, girl, with that purple motherfucker that looked like Ivan Ooze from the Power Rangers. Y'all ain't do that. Hell, the person that traded on him took his own life, girl, because of guilt and shame. Again, they have made Christ the mascot, as if though they decapitated Christ and put his head on a pike. Christ already said how you would know that it's Christ. And a lot of these niggas putting on their Sunday's best as if though we can't see nor smell the funk of 40,000 years.
Standard that we should be using to create our laws, and especially when that is the exact opposite of what the founding fathers had in mind. So let's continue here a little more. Kevin Roberts, all right?
One more time.
Heritage Foundation president, and I want you to listen very closely to what he's saying, because he's essentially making a very big threat here. And you're going to see that he's basically saying that America is in a second revolution right now and will remain bloodless as long as people let them do what they want to do. So listen to this. Listen to how brazen that they are getting. This is...
Y'all heard me read it. Now you're going to hear it out of Kevin Roberts' own mouth.
More people need to be aware of this.
Are apoplectic right now. The reason that so many anchors on MSNBC, for example, are losing their minds daily is because our side is winning. And so I come full circle in this response and just want to encourage you with some substance that we are in the process of the Second American Revolution, which will remain bloodless if the left allows it to be.
Right on. Thank you, brother.
That's scary. That's scary. And look, this show is even called The War Room. You have a picture of Jesus Christ in the background. It, absolutely. Does this really seem like something that is a separation of church and state? Absolutely not. Let's continue here by taking a look at a clip.
Oh yeah,
from
I want y'all to listen to
January
this
6th.
clip. The insurrection.
Jesus Christ, we invoke your name. Amen. Amen.
Thank you, Heavenly Father, for giving the inspiration needed to these police officers to allow us in this building, to allow us to exercise our rights, to allow us to send a message to all the tyrants, the communists, and the globalists that this is our nation, not theirs. Yes. That we will not allow the American way of the United States of America to go down. Thank you for allowing the United States of America to be reborn. Thank you for allowing us to get rid of the communists, the globalists,
This
and
is
the
a prayer to
traitors
God.
within our government. We love you and we thank you. In Christ's holy name we pray.
In Christ's holy name we pray, amen, as they say on January 6th when they caused the insurrection inside of the government building there. And you can see how dangerous this is when it's looked at as being something that is being done for God, essentially, and that God is helping them achieve these horrific goals. And so now what I want to do as well...
Oh yeah, and by the way, I had someone on my TikTok tell me that people are not pushing religion onto queerness. It's queerness being pushed onto religion. And I invited them to this live because I'm not able to go live on TikTok yet. So with that being said, I hope they're here and I hope they respond. Like, I want y'all to do y'all due deals. The fuck? That's how I know y'all be weak and fake in y'all motherfucking arguments, girl. And I'm gonna be trolling all you motherfuckers, girl. Because now if it's equality across the board, it's equality across the board, girl. I already told y'all that. This is what they're doing. Christian nationalism. They need queer people to go back in the closet. They need black people to shut the fuck up and get back to their black jobs. They need women to cook, clean, watch everything, and give me pussy when I want it, even though the dick be trash, girl, which is why the roses and the toys be beating you niggas up to where y'all niggas need blue chews. My gay leprechaun ass don't have that problem. The fuck? I made sure in this life experience, girl, when I sacrificed my height, girl, I was going to get the best. Girl, it's going to be a good off balance. Ron says, the Salem witch trials is a prime example of Christian savagery. Queen Stevie said, we have to build our own power. We have to win every single political office we can. Where we have a majority of black people. I think what happens is that after this election, black people need to really get serious and really start finding a way to create black wealth without needing white people approval. They obviously not going to give us the money back. They're not. They already told us that. They already played in our face. And at the end of the day, the universe going to handle that ass, girl. We have to do something different. We have to do something new. They are banking on us doing the exact same thing that our ancestors did before us. They're already trying to learn our playbook and then use our playbook against us, which means that we're going to have to learn to do something different in this moment. The fact that we have two horrible choices as political candidates, girl, that should be a wake-up call to Americans. Say, you know what? At this fucking point, where are the people that just want to be free? And allow the people, we the people, which is not just white, it's going to be the amalgamation, it's going to be the melting pot of all different experiences. That's inclusive. Y'all be so afraid of inclusivity because you don't know where you stand at. Well, that's a personal problem. Work out your own soul salvation so that you can figure that out. Don't be trying to stop other people from ascending because your ass is afraid to ascend. Maybe if some of y'all drop the fupas, you might rise a little bit more. You know, heat rises.
Oh, we're going to take a look at one more video, and then we're going to take a look at what the Founding Fathers actually said. Now, this next video we're going to be taking a look at is from the channel Robert Reich, who puts out excellent videos. And this is essentially on why it's incredibly important to realize that Donald Trump is taking advantage of this Christian nationalist mindset and promoting it and pushing it and looking to enact it.
Donald Trump is portraying himself as a religious savior. He says Election Day will be Christian Visibility Day. Trump has repeatedly...
I want y'all to listen to what the hell he's saying because we have another article we're going to read after this video that kind of gagged me that, you know, I discovered during the duration of me getting this all together. Okay, so make sure y'all keep in mind what he is saying, y'all. Listen.
Compared his criminal trials to the crucifixion of Jesus, promoted videos calling his re-election, quote, the most important moment in human history, and that describe him as a divinely appointed ruler.
A shepherd to mankind who won't ever leave nor forsake them. So God made Trump.
He claims to be a holy warrior against an imaginary attack on Christianity.
They want to tear down crosses, but no one will be touching the cross of Christ under the Trump administration. I swear to you.
First of all, this motherfucker's saying all this shit because he believes that Christianity is going to be the ultimate lawyer. He's a lawyer in the courtroom, baby. Yeah, but truth in that bitch too. Which is what Christ represents, nigga. Because you swore your head on the Bible and said that everything that you say is the truth and the God honest truth. So help you God, girl. This about to be this moment where Christ gonna say, excuse me, orange Cheeto, fupa, toupee ass nigga. I don't know you. Your name not in the book of truth, the book of life, girl. And the fact that Christians are willing to use a criminal. Again, didn't they choose Barabbas over Jesus? I guess some things just don't motherfucking change. And as far as the cross is concerned, the cross is a symbol of transcending pain. But yet the same people who support Project 2025 had no problem putting crosses on black lawns and setting them on motherfucking fire to show them what? The fire of the Lord? This is what happens when people that have no power get to their last resort. Instead of them transcending themselves, again, they rather take you out. Isn't that what they did to Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, tried to do to Angela Davis, did to Huey P. Newton and Fred Hampton, did to all type of people that stood in the gap. All right, girl. All right.
Do you see how dangerous this is? And what they're putting out right now is that, look, he's selling his own version of the Bible. This guy is a guy who can't even quote a single verse from the Bible. He does not give a crap.
Can't even quote John 16, and that's the easiest verse to remember.
Those values so that he can convert the nation according to his whim. And they are using the Christian narrative for the archetypal power to enact this. And let's just continue and see how devious this is.
Selling his own version of the Bible.
We must make America pray again.
Look at this. Make America pray again.
Pray.
And again, does that seem like separation of state and church to you? Absolutely not. This is as intertwined as you could possibly get.
Trump is playing to a rising white Christian nationalist movement within the Republican Party.
I say it proudly. We should be Christian nationalists.
Christian nationalists believe that the law of the land is not the Constitution, but instead the law of God, as they interpret it. Trump supporters are increasingly overt in their calls to replace democracy with a MAGA theocracy.
The church is supposed to direct the government.
So you cannot get more clear than this. And this is the scary thing, is that it's being said outright in the public, and not enough people are concerned about this. Not enough people are aware about this. Not enough people are talking about this. How much is it going to take before people start to wake up?
And I'm tired of this separation of church and state junk.
We're meant to be a Christian nation. We should be a Christian nation.
Welcome to the end of democracy. We're here to overthrow it completely. We didn't get all the way there on January 6th, but we will endeavor to get rid of it and replace it with this right here.
That was a cross he was holding.
Not enough people are upset about this. Not enough people. See, it's just so many.
Especially the red pill community. They got a live tonight. What are black men voting for? I hope y'all bring up Project 2025, girl. Matter of fact, when I'm doing my live, I might just be in the live and be like, I'm just here to listen. Because I want to hear what y'all niggas gonna do. And again, I play chess and checkers. I was trained by one of the best. I know how to do this. Y'all don't know that, but y'all gonna know. Wow.
And every single day, that people become used to it. It's like a frog sitting in boiling water. I'm sure you've heard that analogy used again and again and again. If you take a frog and you put it in hot water, it'll jump right out. But if you take a frog and you put it in cool water and slowly turn up the temperature, it won't notice that it's getting hotter and hotter until it boils to death. That's what's happening right now. There are so many terrible things happening every day, so many lies being told every day. It's much quicker to tell a lie than it is to fact check. And so if you lie over and over and over and over again, it's all going to slip through, it's all going to get through, and people are going to start to absorb it as truth.
The idea the will of voters is irrelevant because God has anointed Trump was a recurring message in the efforts to overturn the 2020 election.
Because it is not Joe Biden that rules this country. Jesus Christ is the king of everything in this world. Christ is king! Christ is king!
I want to emphasize again, growing up in a Christian household, this is not... Now, look, so are people like these...
And I'm going to keep talking my shit. You see how I'm sitting down and dissecting these videos, taking the time out? You red pill niggas need to start doing that. Not just little clips. I need y'all to lay the whole shit out. Let's see who really telling the truth. The objective truth. Let's really see who right. People lives on the fucking line, bro. Including mine and yours. The fuck? And fuck that respectability politics with some of you old niggas, girl. Because if some of you old niggas would have kept on fighting like y'all supposed to, we wouldn't be in this situation today. Okay, let me stop.
This extremists.
Notice I said some.
The way that they are
Some.
presenting themselves might seem extreme.
I already
but
named the
said,
niggas who doing the
we
work.
Were pretty middle of the road.
Everyone
Christians,
else feels some type of
and
way.
We would absolutely be supporting this kind of thing. We would be like, oh yeah, well, it is a Christian nation. Christ is king. The founding fathers did found this nation on Christian values, and this is what the Lord wants. So even though, you know, not everyone might be marching on the Capitol building, it's still something that is widely supported.
In previous videos, I've highlighted how MAGA Republicans have embraced core elements of fascism. The combination of fascism and Christian nationalism is called Christofascism, a term first used half a century ago by the theologian Dorothy Zola. Fascists rise to power by characterizing their opponents as subhuman.
I see, we talked about this earlier, right? Categorizing their opponents as subhuman. This is something that Hitler was known for doing.
Christofascists take it a step further by casting opponents as not just subhuman, but actually demonic.
You see? And that's exactly right. In these are the same ideas that I was raised with as well. That people were being influenced by demons or possessed by demons or led by Satan.
People like Nancy Pelosi, she's a demon.
Framing opponents as enemies of God makes violence against them not only seem justifiable.
And I just want to go on a little bit of a tangent right here, because what he's saying is exactly true. What I want to really emphasize here is that the reason why I promote the idea of raising consciousness is because we will never have lasting change until we have a shift in consciousness, because it's these ideas that allow people to commit atrocities like this. If you believe that you are, because you have to remember, I know if you're not coming from a Christian mindset, it's hard to wrap your mind around, but a religious person 100% believes these ideas are completely and totally true. So think about it. If you, with 100% certainty, believe that you are acting in accordance with the divine will of God, and that those people over there must be dealt with, you are automatically going to carry that out, because that is what your belief system requires you to do. And so this is why we have all the, look what's happening in America, look what's happening in the Middle East, look what's happening all over. Now, I know these are very complicated situations with a lot of varying factors, but ultimately at the heart of all these things are ideas, many of which are rooted in religion. And these religious narratives are what are destroying the world, which is why we have to lift consciousness up to a level where we're understanding that we are all divine and that we are all reflections of one another.
And even in the narrative of the Bible, Christ said that ye are gods. What I can do, you can do as well. It's not solely because of the mindset in me. It's the mindset in me that is helping you to change your mind to become aware that you are loved exactly where you are, that you don't have to do what society says in order for you to be redeemed in their eyes. Meanwhile, they don't even know how to redeem their motherfucking self. So you got blind motherfuckers leading the blind girl. He was able to help make the blind see according to the narrative. Because I'm going to speak to y'all in the narrative that y'all understand. Again, the actions of Christ, the walk of Christ, the doing of Christ, the majority of y'all are failing in. But at the same time, I have to remind myself that Christ said that it's an awareness. That's why you have to be born again. Which means that all the low vibrational thoughts that held you down, whatever reality that you were in, that you were tired of being in, you would have to allow yourself, first of all, to break as a human being, and also break emotionally, which a lot of these niggas are afraid to do, because the only time that they will express emotion is during the act of sex, and a lot of them don't even moan when they do it. They be sitting there going through the motions. You better let that shit out and thank God and give him praise in all things, including that pussy, because y'all have no problem saying that the hardest thing for a man to turn down is a hot piece of steaming ass pussy. But once you break through your emotions, you have to pick up the pieces. You have to, that gives you the opportunity for you to tap into the God in you that will never leave nor forsake. Does that sound familiar? That will stay with you even until the end of the world. Does that sound familiar? All that should be familiar to y'all, especially if y'all read this book and y'all live by it. But see, y'all rather live by the violent expressions of God, because that's one thing you can reach instead of Christ, which y'all keep saying can't nobody do it but him. And you wonder why there is no power in the church. You wonder why Christians, a lot of them are not resorting to Christian nationalism to where we're going to force you to be like us. Not allow people to live and let live like Christ did. When the rich man asked Christ how to inherit the kingdom of heaven, that Christ told that rich man to give up everything that you have and follow me. That rich man said, here's a few quarters, here's a few gold coins. You need some new slippers or something. I know some people that can tailor you up real nice, but that ain't gonna happen. I'm gonna go over here with these niggas and build the Tower of Babel, bitch, and invest my money. He didn't argue that man down. Oh, you're gonna go to hell. You're gonna go to hell. He said no. Okay, that's cool. It's on you, Pip. I was just sharing information with you, bro. You ain't got to believe. And he kept on about his business. In the city where he couldn't do any works, it wasn't because he didn't do the works because he was available. It's just the people didn't believe, or they were afraid to believe, like a lot of people in the church, which is why there is no power. See, these are the acts of Christ in the book. And if your response to my response is, well, the enemy knows scripture, then that shows how much of a weak ass Christian you really are. And when I say that, you'll probably feel triggered right now, and you might want to respond violently. And if that's the case, well, I guess you still have some soul salvation work to do. Because violence should only be in reference to your self-defense, where your life is absolutely objectively threatened. Which is why it's called the last resort. Y'all trying to make it the first resort, and then have the liberty and privilege to say, in the name of God. Y'all too busy worried about what God did. They're trying to even listen to the individual who is the only one that y'all say who really tapped into it. Girl.
And it's not one people against another,
but divinely sanctioned and almost inevitable.
You see what it says? Divinely sanctioned and almost inevitable. Like you have to do it. Like it's going to happen. You know, like there's no other choice but for this to occur.
We are going to put on the armor of God.
We're going to put on the armor of God. I remember, so putting on the armor of God, this is not completely related, but when I was a kid growing up, like 9, 10, or 11, I had a costume of the armor of God. You had the chest plate of righteousness and the sword of truth and the... I forget.
In the
Laura probably
army,
knows. Laura's
we have to fight,
in the chat right now.
although we have to
background. I'm
die.
sure Laura might know all the different. But yeah, it was like the chest plate of righteousness, the sword of truth. But you can see how indoctrinating this is. As even as a child, the costumes that you wear are enacting war based on biblical ideas.
Not love, but war.
Then maybe strap on a Glock on the side of us just in case.
When we take power, they need to be given the death penalty. And these people that are suppressing the name Christ.
Funny. Look at what Ron says. What Ron say? Look at Nick Fuentes, who is on the screen right now, on the bullhorn. That is Kanye West's buddy that assisted him during the Be Aware of Jews tour. And he is also a known white supremacist. And let's not talk about interracial relationships. It will not be tolerated or allowed, girl.
Suppressing Christianity, they must be absolutely annihilated when we take power.
Christo-fascists want to strip away a wide range of rights Americans take for granted. Former Trump staffers involved in developing plans for a second Trump term have called for imposing biblical tests on immigration, overturning marriage equality, and restricting contraception. And MAGA-aligned judges are already setting their dogma ahead of the Constitution. In his concurring opinion on the case that declared frozen embryos are people Alabama Supreme Court Chief
This is what we
Justice
talked about
Tom
earlier.
Parker cited God more than 40 times.
And the scriptures I
Quoted the
gave
Book of Genesis and other
that I
religious
hope the
texts.
Bible scholars check
Nothing
out and
could
check
be
for
more
me. Fact check
un-American
me.
than the Christian nationalist vision. So many of America's founders came here as refugees seeking religious freedom.
This is exactly case in point, where he's making the clear distinction and the clear case that America's founding fathers were completely against this idea and were promoting religious freedom. That was...
And we're going to get into the quotes that the founding fathers have said, girl. Just like they did Jesus, girl. We gonna kill your ass and pimp out your story and make billions. I think Christ, according to the narrative, was humanity's, according to that narrative, because that's the narrative I'm familiar with, where it gives humans the last chance to choose peace, because now whatever you give is what you want to receive, since you don't want peace, since you don't want inclusion, since you don't want love. Let me go ahead and give y'all what y'all been asking me for, which is destruction. And I ain't gonna do shit. I'm gonna sit back and let y'all destroy yourselves. Started off as religious freedom, now transitioning into religious tyranny by a bunch of scared individuals who have to be so desperate to use the name of God to enact violence so that they don't feel guilty about what they did. Well, look at how that turned out for Judas.
The whole point. So this is what we're going to lead into in just a minute here.
The framers of the Constitution were adamant that religion had no role in our government. The words God, Jesus, and Christ don't appear anywhere in the Constitution. And the very first words of the Bill of Rights are a promise that, quote, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. Christofascism, or any religion-based form of government, is a rejection of everything America has aspired to be. A secular, multiracial society whose inhabitants have come from everywhere, bound together by a faith in equal opportunity, democracy, and the rule of law. Beware.
Right. Excellent video. And so we're going to continue from where that left off, because he left it off on talking about the founders of America. Yes. Because so obviously those videos, hopefully they upset you, because they should upset you. If they don't upset you, think about why that is. Now, I'm not saying you have to get emotionally triggered or anything like that, but it should fundamentally bother you that there are individuals who want to strip away the rights of others. And it's very important to remember that this affects everyone. It affects every single one of you. So let's take a look here, because you saw over and over again, a lot of these Christian nationalists are saying that America was founded on Christian values and the founding fathers were Christian and they wanted to instill Christian values into America and the Constitution, etc. Well, let's take a look at this and see if that is really true, if that is actually the case. So let's take a look first. So I have some notes here. So George Washington, let's take a look at George Washington. So George Washington was an Episcopalian. He regularly attended church, believed in providence, but he didn't reveal specific beliefs in Jesus Christ and the Bible's divinity. He often used general terms like the grand architect when referring to God. Now, I want you to note, he referred to God as the grand architect. The grand architect, or the grand architect of the universe, is an idea in Freemasonry, which sees God as a fundamental force of existence, not a theistic God like in the Bible, but a force in existence that expresses itself through reality. And it says Washington was also a Freemason and became a master of his lodge. So many of our founding fathers were Freemasons, and we're going to see that a lot of these founding fathers were what are known as deists, not theists, okay? So deism is completely different than theism. When you have a theistic belief in God, that means that you believe God is a personal God, a God that has a personality, that has a plan for you in your life, that you can have a relationship. That's what a theistic God is. A deistic God is not like that at all. A deistic God is like a force in the universe, like gravity. You can't have a relationship with gravity. You can't pray to gravity. Gravity doesn't have an influence in your life in a personal relationship sort of way. Do you see the effects of gravity everywhere? Yes, of course. But you can't pray to gravity or have that affect your life in a certain way that you can, call upon. And we're going to see that almost all of the founding fathers here that we're going to be discussing have a deistic belief in God. This is the same belief in God that Einstein had, that Spinoza had, which saw God not as a guy in the sky who had a son named Jesus who created the earth in 6 days, but rather a force, a fundamental force. And let's see here. I want to read. I had a quote by George Washington that I wanted to read, but I'm not seeing it now. Let me see if I can find it real quick.
I should have cut that part out.
Because we wanted to look at Washington first.
I was trying to hurry up.
So let's look at this quote by George Washington. Of all the animosities which have existed among mankind, those which are caused by a difference of sentiments in religion appear to be the most inveterate and distressing, and ought to be deprecated.
Again, a founding father said that.
I was in hopes that the enlightened and liberal policy which has marked the present age would at least have reconciled Christians of every denomination so far that we should never again see the religious disputes carried to such a pitch as to endanger the peace of society.
Founding father.
So I want to take a look at Thomas Jefferson.
Founding father.
Thomas Jefferson identified as a Christian, but rejected many Orthodox doctrines. And he was heavily influenced by deism, believing in a creator, but rejecting the divinity of Jesus and miracles. Now listen to this. I might do a whole video on this at some point, but Thomas Jefferson created something called the Jefferson Bible. Who here in the chat has heard of the Jefferson Bible? Not a lot of people have.
Have you heard of the Jefferson Bible? This is the first time I've heard of it.
Put a Neo star in the chat. So what is the Jefferson Bible? This is a Bible that Thomas Jefferson created where he removed the supernatural elements.
Not he taken away from the book, y'all. The Christians saying that they were the founding fathers were Christians, girl, but y'all didn't do y'all research to find out that they were doing the one taboo thing that y'all said shouldn't be done, girl. That you try to make a Bible in your image. It's always supposed to be King James. Always. It's King James, the homosexual girl. The King James, girl. Do you see how they would just take your shit and remix your shit, girl? They not even like Beyonce or Michael Jackson, girl, where they give homage to her, girl. They'll just take it and say, I made it. Again, the founding father said that. Founding father has his own Bible.
Instead focused on the moral teachings of Jesus Christ.
This
moral is a completely different version of Christianity and was influenced by deism. So I see there are a few neo-stars in the chat. And I'll do a video maybe perhaps on the Jefferson Bible. If you guys want to see a video on that, let me know. But it's a very interesting idea. So let's look at some quotes by Thomas Jefferson then. Thomas Jefferson says, quote, "The legitimate powers of government extend to such acts as only are injurious to others." Okay? So the legitimate acts of governments only apply to things that could harm others, is what he's saying.
Founding father.
But it does me no injury for my neighbor to say there are 20 gods or no God. It neither picks my pocket nor breaks my leg. So he's saying it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if some people say there are 20 gods, and it doesn't matter if someone says that there are no gods. Doesn't hurt me, doesn't make me lose money, it doesn't affect me in any way. And
I used to ask that question to homophobic people all the time. When gay people get married, is that taking money out your bank account? Is that taking food out of your fridge? Is that fucking with your Wi-Fi connection? What's happening? Does your dick get limp when you fucking your wife as a two gay men having sex? What's going on? What is it? And again, even on TikTok, where I was at a pride event and I asked them to prove to me where the objective abuse with children were, they didn't say in the clip, okay, you're right. There was only one person that said, well, he went to one good pride and he believes all prides like that. Well, are y'all going to do y'all job to make sure every pride is like that? No. And on top of that, what the fuck is a good pride? A pride without children? Help me understand that. That they would choose and believe everything else that they can't prove instead of what's objectively in their motherfucking face. Meanwhile, trans people have told their truth and accepted their truth, the objective truth and their own subjective truth, which is their own life, that none of you motherfuckers don't even invest in. Queer people walk in their truth and you will still deny them because they don't align to what you believe the truth is. But I wonder what would happen if the oppressed groups of people started playing the game like y'all play the game. Because if homosexuality is going to be a part of it and transness and women and all that shit going to be a part of it, let the games begin. Let it be the case. Some of you niggas are doing deadly sins like the sin of gluttony. Some of y'all don't push away from the table, boo. And if you a female, you shouldn't be talking to me at all, because then he said the Bible said for you to shut the hell up and don't say shit. And if you have a question, you ask your husband at home, and your husband should be speaking to me. How many women have been on male black men platforms? Did he get permission from your husband? Why ain't your husband there with you? Why ain't your husband in the background talking about, yes, baby? Why ain't the wife saying, excuse me, hold on 1 second. May I speak, King? They're asking me a question. May I please speak? My man said I can speak. Where is that at? Do it. I need y'all motherfuckers to stop eating seafood. Boy, oh girl, there's shit there that you shouldn't eat that's unclean. But see, when we talk about that, then it's the moving of the goalpost. No, it's not, baby. It's either we equal or not even equal or. It's going to be equality across the board. Since Christianity is going to be the only form of doing that, okay, girl, then let us all read the book. And let us all pull the scriptures out. And let us all say, wait a minute, it's in the book. It's in the book. It's in the book. It's in the book. Let's have an it's in the book party, girl. Like we already said, girl, if we going to hell, girl, we all going to hell. And it's okay, girl, because Christ already transcended it and said it in the book. Y'all the ones that forgot.
And the legitimate powers of government should not extend to those things. Here's another quote by Thomas Jefferson.
Founding father.
Millions of innocent men, women, and children since the indoctrination of Christianity have been burnt, tortured, fined, imprisoned, yet we have not yet advanced an inch towards uniformity. Does this really seem like the kind of Christian, Thomas Jefferson was the kind of Christian that the Christian nationalists are trying to have you believe that our founding fathers were? Absolutely not. They would look at the Jefferson Bible as being evil, but they probably aren't even familiar with the...
Girl, if Christ came back, y'all probably try to kill him again.
The Jefferson Bible. So, another quote by Thomas Jefferson. Girl. The hocus pocus phantasm of a god like Cerberus, with one body and three heads, had its birth and growth in the blood of thousands and thousands of martyrs. Another quote by Jefferson. Creeds have been the bane of the Christian church, made of Christendom a slaughterhouse.
Wow, founding father.
Another quote by Jefferson. There is not one redeeming feature in our superstition of Christianity. There is not one redeeming feature in our superstition of Christianity. It has made one half of the world fools and the other half hypocrites. See, I have no problem with this version of Christianity that Thomas Jefferson is about. But it's obviously completely different. Religious fundamentalists today would see Jefferson's beliefs as being evil and demonic. Yet they try and cite him as being someone who wanted to instill Christian values in America.
Which is why they only use Christ in the way of trying to pacify, but when it's time for judgment, they'll use God.
Yeah. So let's take a look at John Adams. John Adams was a Unitarian. So John Adams rejected the Trinity and emphasized a rational religion. He respected the moral teachings of Christianity, but was critical of what he saw as superstitions and institutional abuses. You're seeing a common theme here where a lot of the founding fathers were like, yeah, you know, Jesus said some good things, but the superstitions, the miracles, all the other stuff that comes along with Christian beliefs today, or at the time, are causing immense damage to the world. So let's see some quotes by John Adams. Quote, can a free government possibly exist with the Roman Catholic religion? Quote, the divinity of Jesus is made a convenient cover for absurdity. Nowhere in the Gospels do we find a precept for creeds, confessions, oaths, doctrines, and whole cartloads of other foolish trumpery that we find in Christianity. And what an appropriate word to use for today, isn't it? Foolish trumpery that we find in Christianity. So you can see clearly Christians today would see something like this as being completely evil and demonic.
Some of them, yes.
Another quote by John Adams, I almost shudder at the thought of alluding to the most fatal example of the abuses of grief which the history of mankind has preserved, the cross. Consider what calamities that engine of grief has produced. All right, let's take a look here at Thomas Paine. So Thomas Paine was an outspoken deist, not a theist, a deist. He rejected organized religion and criticized Christianity in his work, The Age of Reason, advocating for reason and free thought over revealed religion. Quotes by Thomas Paine, of all the tyrannies that affected mankind, tyranny in religion is the worst. Second quote, the story of Jesus Christ appearing after he was dead is the story of an apparition, such as timid imaginations can always create in vision and credulity believe. Stories of this kind had been told of the assassination of Julius Caesar. Another quote, what is it the New Testament teaches us? To believe that the Almighty committed debauchery with a woman engaged to be married, and the belief of this debauchery is called faith. I mean, that's right on. You hear he's saying, you know, the Holy Spirit impregnated Mary, and he's basically saying the New Testament teaches us to believe that God.
And so all this other spiritual, supernatural stuff that y'all can't prove can happen, but me being able to love another man publicly and be married to him and have the legal protections and to live my best life with him and create a family and be a part of the American fabric is out of the question.
God committed debauchery with someone who's engaged to be married, and that if we believe that that's true, that's what faith is. Another quote by Thomas Paine. I do not believe in the creed professed by the Jewish church, by the Roman church, by the Greek church, by the Turkish church, by the Protestant church, nor by any church that I know of. My own mind is my own church. Love that. That's great. My own mind is my own church. Each of those churches accuse the other of unbelief, and for my own part, I disbelieve them all. Great quote. Love it. Another quote, all national institutions of churches, whether Jewish, Christian, or Turkish, appear to me no other than human inventions set up to terrify and enslave mankind and monopolize power and profit. So we have more founders like James Madison. Madison was raised Anglican, but his personal beliefs lean towards deism, not theism. He was a strong advocate for religious freedom and the separation of church and state, influenced by Enlightenment ideas. Let's see, we have John Jay. Jay was an Anglican and a devout Christian. He believed in the importance of religion in public life and moral conduct. So now we have someone who was leaning more towards Christianity. And we have Alexander Hamilton. Hamilton's religious beliefs evolved over his life. He was nominally an Anglican, and later became more devout towards the end of his life. So these last two, John Jay and Alexander Hamilton, leaned more towards Christian beliefs as we would typically understand them today. But the rest that we have looked at, things people like George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, James Madison, Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Paine, were not theists. They were either deists or Unitarians or had a very specific belief with regard to rational religion. So Benjamin Franklin was a deist who believed in a creator and a moral living, but doubted Jesus Christ's divinity and the Bible's divine inspiration. He valued religious tolerance and ethical teachings over orthodoxy. And let's see some quotes by Benjamin Franklin. Franklin says, "When a religion is good, I conceive that it will support itself. And when it does not support itself, and God does not take care to support it, so that its professors are obliged to call for the help of the civil power, it is a sign, I apprehend, of it being a bad one." That's a great quote. He's saying if a religion is good, it should be able to stand on its own. If a religion requires the power of the government to enforce it, then it's a bad one. Our founding fathers, a lot of them, I mean, they weren't perfect by any means. A lot of them had a lot of, did some bad things. But when it came to this idea of freedom of religion, they were very firm on it. Another quote by Benjamin Franklin: "Lighthouses are more helpful than churches." Another quote: "I looked around for God's judgments, but saw no signs of them." And finally, "We discover in the Gospels a groundwork of vulgar ignorance of things impossible, of superstition, fanaticism, and fabrication." So all around us, we see these terrifying signs of the rise of Christian nationalism. And if you don't think this is a problem, please think again, because this is very real and happening now. And they will often use the excuse that Christianity was founded, or that America was founded on Christian values. And as you can see, our founding fathers had the complete opposite in mind. So don't let them try and spread the wool over your eyes. These ideas are rooted in Christianity and Christianity alone. And what we have to understand is that this all spreads from a state of low awareness. So, like, what do we do about this? What can we do about this situation that we're in? Because, like I said, I was raised to...
Now, pay attention to what his solution is. And this is a solution that I agree with. And I feel like it's a solution that everybody realistically, for the most part, can agree with. It's the same thing that Christ, Buddha, all these other influential figures and all these other religions and beliefs at the basis, at the genesis, at the core of everything believes. So let's take a listen.
Christian? Well, look, if I was raised, this is what I want to get across, what's so important, and the key detail that a lot of people miss here, but this is important. Just take my life, for example. I was raised as a conservative Christian. As a conservative Christian, I probably would have supported all these ideas. Again, like I said, we probably would have been like, oh, well, they're expressing it in an angry way. We really shouldn't do that. We should express it with the love of Jesus or something like that. But the fundamental ideas behind it, right? All the different laws that they want to enact and things they want to enforce, we would have been behind. And if I were still a conservative Christian today, guess what? I probably would be supporting that. Why? Because your level of consciousness and your beliefs dictate your actions. And so what was required for me to see that all this was faulty? Raising my consciousness. And because I have expanded my consciousness, I can clearly see from a higher vantage point what ideas are negative and oppressive. And what I'm trying to get across here is that what we need to do to transform the world is enable people to have access to information and knowledge that will allow them to reach a higher state of consciousness and expand their mindset, because they are not going to change their beliefs just by you trying to convince them or whatever. And any other sort of change that we have will not be sustainable and lasting until we have a total transformation of consciousness. And we can transform religion, because look at the ideas of like Thomas Jefferson and some of the other founding fathers that we were looking at today. Some of them, like the Jefferson Bible, still has the teachings of Jesus in it, but it removes all the superstition, all the crazy stuff. And so we can have transformative versions of religion that are based on higher states of consciousness, where we understand that all religion is ultimately just an expression of the same underlying foundational reality. So whether you talk about, Jesus Christ or Yahweh or Brahman, it's just different words, different stories, different myths that express the same underlying idea, that we are all divine and that we are all God. And once we do that, then guess what? We can have all these different cultural expressions of our beliefs, but we can all be on the same page and not go to war with each other about it. Now, there are, of course, some cultural things that just have to be gotten rid of if the cultural things are tied to harming others or restricting others' freedoms. Never should we harm others or restrict other people's freedoms, even if it's like, oh, well, that's a cultural thing. No, I'm sorry. If your cultural thing involves harming others and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what holy book says it. It doesn't matter if an alien told you it or you got a download from the source, whatever. It doesn't matter. If it is harming the collective and harming others, it has no place in society and our world. And so to change the world, to combat the forces of ignorance, because that's what evil ultimately is. All this evil is rooted in ignorance.
That part.
We just read that in
People fear what they do not understand, and they will hate what they fear.
The Gospel of Philip last week, where they said the mother of all evil is ignorance. And what was the solution to the evil of ignorance? Remember what it was? It was knowledge and love. Knowledge and love. You need both. To fight against ignorance requires knowledge and love. Knowledge to understand what reality is, expand your consciousness, and love to treat others with kindness. And that's exactly what Jesus taught. Treat others as you would have them treat yourself. That's because what Christ was trying to get across was the idea that we're all one. Treat others like how you would treat yourself, because others are yourself. That's essentially what that means. And so we need to break these chains of religion, and let's especially remember that on today, which is the 4th of July. Even if you're not watching this on the 4th of July, it doesn't matter. But today, when this was recorded, it's the 4th of July, a day where we celebrate our freedom. Let's remember that those freedoms are on the line right now. And the way to make sure that we and future generations have our freedom is to raise the consciousness of humanity right here, right now.
Because if we don't, we will continue the same cycle of fear, of ignorance, of bullshit. Our children and our children's children and our children's children's children is going to have to experience it. I know some of y'all be like, oh, well, that's how it's always going to be. No, maybe for your motherfucking ass. There were niggas that wanted to stay on the slave plantation, and there were some who got the fuck off. But they were able to face one thing that we're all afraid to face in life, even the ones in positions of power, is death. When you start thinking about death, you start thinking about life. And there is a way to transform the fear aspect of death into something beautiful, to where it's like, you know what? I want to show up as a better person. I want to do better in my life. I want to be intentional in my creation. I only have one life, and I'm aware at this moment. So I want to enjoy it. And that, again, like he said, the founding fathers said, one of them said, which I agree with, if my neighbor to the right believes that there are 20 different gods, and the neighbor on my left feels like there is no God, as long as y'all beliefs ain't fucking up my life objectively, and subjectively, you can believe what you want to believe, but objectively, as long as I'm not objectively being harmed, I don't give a damn what you do. Which is why, again, in the narrative of the Bible with Christ, he hung around the people that these people who are endorsing Project 2025 to get rid of. Didn't we hear Nick, whatever his name is, say that these people should be annihilated? When have queer people and black people all across the board has said that white people or these white people need to be removed, and we actually acted on it? Because when we look at history, only one side acted on it.
Create the new beginning, and that's exactly what we aim to do as Neogenians, to create a teleocratic planetary civilization. Teleocratic planetary civilization. That is a unified world based on teleocratic principles coming from the word telos, which means purpose, which means it's a purpose-driven society. What is the purpose of that purpose-driven society? To maximize the quality of life for everyone. That's our goal. That's our aim. And how do we do it? Through knowledge, understanding, raising consciousness, and realizing what we are, where we are, why we are here, and helping others to do the same. There are a lot of little things that we can do on the way to that, but that is the main way that we make and prepare the way for lasting, sustainable change.
Correct. So again, shout out to both Defiant lawyers and MorgueOfficial for breaking some of Project 2025 down for us. It's up to us to continue to delve deeper into this, to become more knowledgeable, to have more conversations about it. But shout out to Queen Stevie, because she sent me something that we're going to watch right after this article. Because again, I told y'all in the middle of the commentary that I kind of gagged a little bit because something really weird happened. I'm going to read it to you. And again, the link is in the description box below. And it reads, and this is from apnews.com. It reads, Trump... Girl, let me make myself big for this moment. Girl. Trump denies knowing about Project 2025, his allies' sweeping plan to transform the U.S. government. Donald Trump distanced himself Friday, today, from Project 2025, a massive proposed overhaul of the federal government drafted by longtime allies and former officials in his administration, days after the head of the think tank responsible for the program suggested there would be a second American Revolution. I know nothing about Project 2025, Trump posted on his social media website. I have no idea who is behind it. I disagree with some of the things they're saying, and some of the things they're saying are absolutely ridiculous and abysmal. Anything they do, I wish them luck, but I have nothing to do with them. The 922-page plan outlines a dramatic expansion of presidential power and a plan to fire as many as 50,000 government workers to replace them with Trump loyalists. President Joe Biden's re-election campaign has worked to draw more attention to the agenda, particularly as Biden tries to keep fellow Democrats on board after his disastrous debate. Trump has outlined his own plans to remake the government if he wins a second term, including staging the largest deportation operation in U.S. history and imposing tariffs on potentially all imports. His campaign had previously warned outside allies not to presume to speak for the former president and suggested their transition in waiting efforts were unhelpful. Heritage Foundation President Kevin Roberts said on Steve Bannon's War Room podcast through Tuesday again that Republicans are in the process of taking this country back. Former U.S. Representative Dave Bratt of Virginia hosted the show for Bannon, who is serving a 4-month prison term. Okay. We are in the process of the second American Revolution, which will remain bloodless if the left allows it to be, Roberts says. Those comments were widely circulated online and blasted by the Biden campaign, which issued a statement saying Trump and his allies were dreaming of a violent revolution to destroy the very idea of America. Some of the people involved in Project 2025 are former senior administration officials. The project's director is Paul Dans, who served as chief of staff at the U.S. Office of Personnel Management under Trump. Trump's campaign spokeswoman, Caroline Levitt, I'm going to pronounce it, hopefully, was featured in one of Project 2025's videos. John McEntee, a former director of the White House presidential personnel official in the Trump administration, is a senior advisor. McEntee, told the conservative news site The Daily Wire earlier this year that Project 2025's team would integrate a lot of its work with the campaign after the summer when Trump would announce his transition team. Trump's comments on Project 2025 come ahead of the Republican Party's meetings next week to begin to draft its party platform. Project 2025 has been preparing its own 180-day agenda for the next administration that it plans to share privately rather than as part of its public-facing book of priorities for a Republican president. A key Trump ally, Ross Vaught, who contributed to the Project 2025 and is drafting this final pillar, is also on the Republican National Committee platform writing committee. What's up, Harold? What's going on, bro? King? A spokesperson for the plan said Project 2025 is not tied to a specific candidate or campaign. Quote, "We are a coalition of more than 110 conservative groups advocating policy and personnel recommendations for the next conservative president," a statement said. But it is ultimately up to that president, who we believe will be President Trump, to decide which recommendations to implement. The Democratic National Committee said that the plan and the Trump campaign are part of the same MAGA operation. A Biden campaign spokesperson said that Project 2025 staff members are also leading the Republican policy platform. Project 2025 is the extreme policy and personnel playbook for Trump's second term that should scare the hell out of the American people, said Amar Massa. On Thursday, as the country celebrated Independence Day and Biden prepared for his television interview after his halting debate performance. What's going on, Prophet? The president's campaign posted on X, formerly known as Twitter, a shot from the dystopian TV drama The Handmaid's Tale, showing a group of women in the show's red dresses and white hats standing in formation by a reflecting pool with a cross at the far end where the Washington Monument... Excuse me. Let me give Andrew his shit real quick. Come on, Andrew, girl. It's been a minute since we gave you a little bit of shine a little bit. Hold on.
Shaya. Oh, Mashanya. Oh, I feel a Shakani up in here.
Hell no. In no way. Ain't never been a representative for me, so speak for you, my brother.
Honey, I represent all the men here. Anyway, that vibe would never leave you, nor forsake you.
So that vibe, so that
you would.
That's one thing, and
you wanted it.
Okay.
And you got it.
You what?
You wanted it.
And you what?
And you got it.
Girl, you got it, okay? The Handmaid's Tale, showing a group of women in the show's red dresses and white hats standing in formation by a reflecting pool with the cross at the far end where the Washington Monument should be. The story revolves around women who are stripped of their identities and forced to give birth to children for other couples in a totalitarian regime. 4th of July under Trump's Project 2025, the Post said. Okay, Associated Press writers Jill Colvin in New York and Lisa Mascaro in Washington contributed to this report. So now that Trump has publicly come out and stated that he says, I don't know who these motherfuckers is. And remember in the beginning, y'all, I am the savior. It's gonna be, look guys, I'm telling you, listen, it's going to be, the first day is going to be crosses everywhere, okay? Like, yes, totally, we're going to get it done. I have my own Bible, and now, all of a sudden, you don't want to be associated with it. You don't want nothing to do with it. But shout out to Queen Stevie. Because when I tell you Queen Stevie and Deshaun, no shade, they been on it. They be hitting my inbox up every day, all day, every day, girl, with all type of tea. I be sitting there like, okay, where do I start? Shout out to her because she's already going in and getting the jump or the ball by saying that black conservatives are already trying to clean it up. The niggas, out of all people, trying to clean it up. Let's listen to that response real quick. And unfortunately, I don't have the link for that video in this video. So again, fair use doctrine is enacted. I'm not getting paid for this shit. Even though y'all, if y'all want to tip me, again, $ at the bottom of the screen. See it? See it rolling, Cash App. $ BubzDaGawd. We take anything. We putting in that work for real. It's just one of me. I'm not on a panel with 10 other niggas and we still struggling to get shit done. We getting shit done on our own, baby. Okay? I'm just saying. But let's take a listen to that video.
Project 2025. Have you heard of Agenda 47? It's the actual platform that Trump is going to push when he becomes president. It's listed on his official campaign website. Project 2025 is not to be found there. Supposed to make it illegal to be homeless. Has nothing to do with Trump. Trump has neither endorsed nor supported this platform, or is it something that he's interested in? It's just another tool to fearmonger you and to just continue to vote for the same people over and over again and never breaking the cycle of chaos that we see within the black community. Uncle Tom. It makes sense, man. But listen, do you? Be mad at what you want to be mad at, but you ain't mad at Trump.
That was a funny little skit. But if you're going to gaslight, I would recommend trying a little harder. See, after the president of the Heritage Foundation went on Steve Bannon's radio show the other day. Steve Bannon, who worked in the Trump administration. To say that we're in the middle of the second American Revolution that'll be as bloodless as the left allows it to be, which rightfully freaked a bunch of people out. Trump and all the Trumpettes have been in damage control. And here comes Topher Town Music in order to sweep up the pieces and claim that this has nothing to do with Donald Trump. It's not his official policy proposal. As if you motherfuckers forgot that we're on the internet, somewhere where everything has a paper trail. Trump's main super PAC has been pushing a website that is farming the engagement off of Trump and Project 2025 to compare Biden and Trump's policies. Doesn't support Project 2025, but is sure fine being associated with it. Trump's chief of staff at the
I don't want to be associated with you niggas publicly, girl, but in the closet, we'll get our freak on, bitch. Get you quiet. With your mouth.
U.S. Office of Personnel Management, his Associate Director of Presidential Personnel, and his other Associate Director of Presidential Personnel are all on the Project 2025 team. Trump's National Press Secretary, working on Project 2025, Heritage Foundation YouTube channel.
Matter of fact, Project 2025 was created by a conservative think tank named the Heritage Foundation.
Here's what Trump said about the Heritage Foundation.
Because you understand that our glorious heritage is the foundation of everything we hope to achieve. Which is why we need the help of the Heritage Foundation and everyone here tonight to get our tax cuts through the House, through the Senate.
John McEntee, the former director.
That's why it's important to protect the youth. That's why it's important to affirm the youth. That's why it's important to understand the youth. That's why it's important. I'm starting to realize a lot of you don't really care about the youth because the youth is going to expose your bitch ass. I used to hear all the time growing up, honor your mother and father so that your days can be long. That's all I heard. That's all I heard. That's all I heard. But when I got older and this nigga started to become educated, I also discovered that that wasn't a complete thing, baby. There was also another part. There was also another situation. And that situation read that parents shouldn't provoke their children to wrath. See, y'all gonna start shit and y'all think y'all gonna finish it, but it's gonna really be us that finish it. Because you literally can't.
Director of the White House Presidential Personnel Office under Trump is working as a senior advisor on Project 2025. That's this motherfucker, by the way. just so we know.
Have you heard of Agenda 47?
Let's talk about Agenda 47. Agenda 47 is something that Trump has rolled out himself, but why doesn't he mention it much? Could that be because more than it being a string of solid policy proposals, it was more focused at getting him to win the Republican primary by shooting back at a lot of the stuff that was going on at the time, which is why nothing has been updated on the website since December of 2023. But let me say that you're right, and he has nothing to do with Project 2025, and he doesn't even want that to happen. Let's look at what the fuck he wants to happen. Trump has come out in favor of mass deportation, targeting people who are also legally living in the United States but harbor jihadist sympathies. Incoming constitution violation. Reinstating the Muslim ban. Incoming constitutional violation. Getting rid of birthright citizenship and ensuring that at least one parent is a full U.S. citizen before the child is eligible for a social security number. Anything, making it real funny for the majority of illegal immigrants who are actually overstaying their visas when somebody gets pregnant. By the way, straight constitutional violation. A 10% tariff on fucking everything. Funnily enough, because we're not gonna have enough tax money after he extends tax cuts for rich people again, resulting in an extra $1,700 of costs for average American families. Cutting funding for schools with mask mandates, eliminating fucking teacher tenure, and promoting prayer in schools. Straight constitutional violation. Oh, and teaching patriotic education and giving Miss Johnson a Glock 9 to protect the classroom. The problem is, even if you were right, and everyone responsible for Project 2025 wasn't already immediately in connection with Donald Trump and the Trump administration, and if he didn't come out as a big fan of the Heritage Foundation, many of the things he said are also in Project 2025 and are also fucking horrible. And you're telling me it's not because Trump understands that this batshit crazy plan is a literal cancer to say out loud. It's actually because this is not what's gonna happen, and all those motherfuckers who are rocking with him in the past are just gonna magically vanish if he gets elected again. Let me put this in a little skit where I sound sane, despite the fact that everything about this is legitimately fucking insane. I'd appreciate it if you, as a black man, could stand on your anti-minority, anti-democracy beliefs, as opposed to saying, don't worry guys, nothing will happen, they're just trying to scare you. Because then at least I know you're not deliberately lying to cover up the fact that what you believe and represent is an oxymoron. Good day.
You motherfuckers who are on who are ignorant, y'all gonna have to make this make sense. Again, I've been told that I'm mentally ill. I've been told that I unconsciously want to be a woman. I'm T.S. Bubs in this bitch. I already got the pigtail, so I guess all these low vibrational things, but yet I keep coming with the one thing that y'all don't come with objectively, which is facts. One person doing more work than 10 niggas on a panel could ever do. Even when there's people on those panels that are objective and try to help your ass understand objectively, you fight against it, but then yet talk about community. I don't know what else to say. I did my job tonight. I shared objective information that now you have to go forth and study to show yourself approved like I did. I sat for hours and listened. I sat for hours on Google trying to understand certain things so that when I get online, I don't get up here and talk ignorantly, okay? I can be objective and then also introduce and inject my subjective experiences into it as well, because that's what it's about. And this video is particularly to the black community, to black people, to black red pill forums who spend their time talking about how women should shut the fuck up and suck the dick up and do everything, make my life. Since I don't have the power to change my own life by fighting against my oppressor, I would just be the oppressor in my house. Anyway, y'all. Thank y'all for joining me for this live. I'm going to try my best to be as visual as I possibly can, because ain't no ugly nigga behind the microphone, bitch. Ain't no ugly nigga behind the microphone, bitch. Okay? Just to let y'all know, remind y'all. Okay? If you can, please make sure you hit the like button, because it helps this channel to grow in the algorithms. We are at 812 subscribers on the road to 1K. Okay? please make sure that you share this video. At this point, I don't really ask y'all to share, but if you can, please make sure you share this video. Please share it to your social media platforms. Please share it, share it, share it. Share it in spaces where you know queerphobia is at. Share it in spaces where you know racism at. Because if motherfuckers talking the truth, bitch, let's meet in the middle and see what's really true. At this fucking point. Because lives are on the goddamn line, okay? And if you like the vibe over here on BubzDaGawd, please make sure you hit that subscribe button as well as notification bell so that you can stay up to date with all of my live content and edited content. And if you feel compelled, again, you can definitely hit a nigga up in the Cash App, okay? I look good, don't I? I'm coming back. Can y'all please make it rain on me a little bit for coming back in the camera? I don't care if it's $1. $1 will make me holler to be on the screen, okay? I'm trying to get back into that flow. So again, if you want to, at the bottom of the screen, Cash App, $BubzDaGawd. Shout out to Queen Stevie being in the building. Shout out to King Harold in the building. Shout out to Snatch by Diego in the building. Shout out to Prophet in the building. Shout out to Queen Spicy. Queen Spicy. Shout out to you. Shout out to Ron, King Ron in the building. Shout out to Boy Crazy in the building. Let me see. Who else? Shout out to Rawan in the building. Okay, shout out to Queen Donna B in the building. Shout out to Chief Soul Survivor in the building. Okay, shout out to y'all. And definitely shout out to the motherfuckers that's listening in the comments, girl. Because I went and checked and I thought a live started at 9:30. 9's at 10. Oh, they live now. They couldn't wait, girl. It's at 10 o'clock. They live now, girl. I'm about to go over there and listen because I want to hear who these niggas voting for again, girl. This is the time to listen. It's the time to really be about community, girl. Since y'all want to peek in the backyards of queer people when they minding their own business, girl, let's all be peeping in this bitch. What you doing? What's going on? What's going on? Okay? So anyway, thank y'all for rocking with me. I really appreciate it. And until the next live, y'all enjoy the rest of y'all motherfucking night, all right? Let me not put loop on, girl. Hold on. I'm using StreamYard. I've been using OBS, but I figured since I'm going to be physical, I'd rather use that in case I want to invite. Matter of fact, do anybody in the comments want to come up? Matter of fact, I'm going to do this instead. Queen Stevie, do you want to come up? Harold, do you want to come up? Ron, if you still here, you want to come up? I would invite Queen Spicy, but she don't never want to come up. Do y'all want to come up real quick and share y'all sentiments and y'all thoughts? Excuse me, before I go, because now since I'm on StreamYard, I can bring people up. Let me actually remove these videos real quick. And let me know, because I'll go ahead. And you ain't got to be visual. You ain't got to be visual like me. Yeah, okay. I'm going to send the StreamYard link to your Instagram. I wonder if I have Instagram on this computer. Do I? 1 second, y'all. 1 second. Damn. I had to put my shit up. Hold on. Let Jesus lead you. Let Jesus lead you. Let Jesus lead you all the way from earth to heaven. Okay, girl, what is my email? I think it's this. I think that's my email, the one I have it under. Girl, my password be like, only Bubs will put some shit like that. That's how you feel, Bubs? Hold on. I think this is it. Please be it. I guess you can. No, don't say it right here, girl. No, I just want to get to my messages, girl. I'm trying to send a message. Don't turn on notifications. No. I don't want none of that. My message is at. Hold on. Wait, holla. Hold on. Style. There we go. Miss Stevie. Chat with Miss Stevie real quick. Alright, Queen, I just sent you the StreamYard link. Let me see. Since I'm in the middle of doing Warzone. You playing Call of Duty? Here, say I'm drunk and I know I ain't gonna be doing nothing but reading the Manosphere Ninja. Bring your ass up. Fuck it. Bring your ass up. We need to start reading a little bit. Fuck it. Here, I'm about to send you the link right now. This damn point. Wait till I'm so no. We've had coherent conversations. I want to hear the people. Since motherfuckers can get on their platform and talk about what they feel in their spirit and use a gay panic defense and use the Bible as a way as an onslaught, girl, I already told you hoes across the board, girl, at this point. So I'm about to send you the link. And I'm gonna let you get you a little piece. Okay? 1 second. Do it again, Lord. They'll never just be right where I need them to be. Chat. All right, I just sent you the link. No, they blowing my neighborhood up, and I'm playing Descendants. Blowing your neighborhood? You talking about niggas still motherfucking doing fireworks? Is what you saying? You know, niggas stretch shit out. Said, be good. Don't be good. And don't be careful. Introducing, ladies and gentlemen, Queen Stevie. What's going on, Queen?
Hi, Bubs. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can definitely hear you. Yep.
Perfect. Okay. Just going through this because I've been touching on it on my platform for the past few couple weeks. About Project 2025. If you have not seen the BET Awards, Taraji P. Henson touched on it. Kerry Washington touched on it. And they summed it up beautifully. This is nothing to play with right here. And for them to get up on their platforms and do more fear-mongering is causing nothing but starking the flames of fire, causing more division within the Black community. And the targets are us, Black queer people. We are the targets. So it's a quote from Nelson Mandela and it goes like this. It's one of my favorite quotes. He says, to deny people their human rights is to challenge their very humanity. And that's what they're doing right now. With Donald Trump and Project 2025, the Heritage Foundation, you just seen the TikTok video that Bubs played. That's clarity for you right there. This is a cult. Donald Trump is a cult leader. We're just going to say the quiet part out loud. He's a cult leader. And anything he says and does is pouring more gasoline on what we already have divided as a nation with racism, homophobia, transphobia. What he's doing is out here fear-mongering, wanting to take away our rights. This is what he's wanting to do. All because he's a big-headed old 74-year-old man who cannot get over the fact that he lost an election.
And not only that, these people have created a trauma bond because here it is, you have these individuals, and again, these are not all Christians, but a lot of them believe that. And let's be honest, Christians to where now the awareness of them actually lacking power when they've been talking about having power this whole time. I think there's a feedback on your end a little bit, Queen. But if you can just mute yourself real quick, if possible, just to make sure. Lord, I don't want to lose my thought. That'd be me, y'all. I'll be flowing. I forget my shit. Hold on. Okay, yeah. It's a trauma bond between a lot of Christians who are becoming aware that they've been putting their power in the wrong place the entire time, or that they've been lied to the whole time. So instead of facing that fear, they would end up trying to protect themselves from the objective reality of what they believe in is not objectively true for everyone else. Now here comes this person who literally has been tried by the court and they're trying to get him imprisoned, who has now found a way to say, hey, I'll scratch your back and you'll scratch mine. But because both people are fear-based and both people are low vibrating, eventually I'm going to stab you in the back eventually, pretty soon, which we just saw. If Trump really was about what he was saying he was about, he would be standing boldly with y'all like he did on that platform when he said, oh, the good old boys, or when he was on a platform saying, do you remember what we did to those people back in the day? It's the exact same thing. And my thing is, if you're trying to be a bold ass president, why not just stand your motherfucking ground and be like, yep, I motherfucking said it. And I can't wait till the day I'm sworn in. Because as soon as I put my hand on the Bible, girl, I'm going to send out the legions to fuck you hoes up like we did during the dark ages of the church. So again, what I want us as queer people and oppressed groups of people to start thinking about now is community. Trying to figure out a way to survive the onslaught that they're trying to push. Because if Trump becomes president, or if he doesn't become president, there will be a backlash. There will be a backlash. And hold your thought real quick, Queen Stevie. We're going to bring up Harold. At this point, it's free reign. Say what the fuck you want to say. Shit. Let me cut my camera off.
You know what? I'm going to just wait. I'm going to wait and listen to you, follow your lead. And, I'm going to insert my opinion wherever I see fit. So, I ain't going to go off this yet. I'm going to listen to Diego in the comments and be good.
Girl, don't listen to Diego right now. Don't listen to him. No, because you've done that before. And also at the same time, it's like we have a right to, just like have a right to vent their frustration. What these people don't understand is that this is America, which means we all have the right to do that. So since y'all want to talk y'all shit, and since y'all want to talk about bloodshed, and at least, especially for me, I don't give a, for me, and I just want to say this. As a queer person, let me cut the camera on real quick. Hold on. As a queer person, I don't give a damn. You don't have to like, accept, agree, condone, believe. That's your personal prerogative. But when you start to put that in law to where now you're forcing me to believe what you believe, that's when it becomes an issue. Again, they are not
conformed to be something that I'm not.
Exactly. Which again, like he mentioned earlier in the video, MorgueOfficial, when he said, this is a country in which you can be Christian. You have the right to do that. You have a right to believe what you want to believe. If you want to be theistic, like he said, as far as a personal relationship, because I have a blending of theism and deism now that I think about it, because I do have a personal connection with that spirit, but it's my personal relationship, and I don't try to impose my personal relationship on everybody else. I affirm myself, and I also allow for other people to affirm themselves in whatever other way they want. I don't have to necessarily 100% understand, but that's not my job to judge or for me to really 100% understand. What I should understand objectively is that you are a human being, and as long as you're not hurting yourself or harming others, and it brings peace and it brings stuff to humanity, I don't give a damn about it. But these Christian people are fear-based, and because we've been in Christianity, we've seen this situation happen. We've shared our experiences of it, and I think if anything, we should continue to share our experiences. They have people right now who are weaponizing queer people's dark nights of the soul and saying, oh, that's because you ain't give your life to God, and to have them fight us, individuals who found God outside. You said what?
Them niggas ain't gave their life to God.
As far as the performative aspect of it, they have. Which is why, if it was really true, then
and
you
that's
wouldn't
why
have people.
Hell now.
And no shade, like I said, the only person that is ex-queer that I have so much respect for because they're being honest is Jackie Hill Perry. And even she said, this is something that has not been taken away from me. So you have people who are telling you that God can do anything and everything but fail. But meanwhile, these individuals can't have this thing removed from them. Are they not praying hard enough? Are they not believing hard enough? And then when you have people who went through reparative therapy or conversion therapy, as it's really widely known as, you have people who take their own lives because they cannot change. And the fact that this omniscient, omnipresent, omnipotent energy is aware of that, and then the expression of that awareness through these other people, oh my God, why do I want to be here? They are weaponizing people's fear and using it as their own sword and shield. But didn't the Bible, the book, say that Christ don't dwell in temples made by man? See, it'd be funny, like, y'all be talking like y'all know what Christianity is, but then when it comes out to really speak the words of Christ or the walks of Christ, y'all can't do it. That's why you have panels of niggas who have sat up here and are so desperate to use the story of Christ flipping over tables in the fucking temple or the marketplace, girl, as a way to justify putting their hands on their wives.
They know how to find a scripture as it pertains to gays and trans folk, but completely ignore the scriptures that condemn the shit they do.
Oh, absolutely. And the same ones that are sitting there right behind the pulpits, King Jobs talks a lot about it on his channel. To be the same ones sleeping with the whole congregation and punishing and penalizing gay people. When I walk into a church, I should come in there to get solace. The church should be a place of solace, not a slaughterhouse. I shouldn't go in there, and my transness or gender identity shouldn't even be questioned. I'm coming to get the word of the Lord and
And
not
you are
have
also a
someone
child
beat
of
me
God,
down.
just
Right.
like they are.
Or if
But
not
see,
that,
wait,
the woman preaching, they don't want that either. That's one thing that gentleman touched on in that video. They don't want women speaking in the church. It's the man has the microphone. The woman is supposed to sit back and shut up.
yeah, yep, yep. But and for me, the reason why I kind of be like, kind of be baffled is because again, I could understand if we were still living in the age of having to go to libraries for countless hours for weeks and months and search through all type of books and everything. We are in the information
We are almost in the
age.
year of our Lord 2025. We are what we're 5 months away from 2025. And this is the thought process of so many Americans. Not only niggas,
Say that.
because
Wait. Say that one more time. What you say? You said. What did you just say about Christ? Say it again.
I said we are almost in the year of our Lord 2025. And this
I
is
didn't even. I was unaware of that. So no wonder, because they talk about when Christ came back. Christ, why Christ kept saying, "By the renewing of your mind, let this mind that be in me is also in you by the renewing of your mind." But because the Bible is not a complete book, there is a book from the one of the lost books of the Bible, by I think it's called the Book of Thomas, where Christ literally explains how to manifest. He literally states that you take your mind and you take your heart, you take your thoughts, and you take your emotions. You take the masculine aspect and energy of yourself and the feminine aspect energy of yourself, and you
because we are all
marry
balanced
them
beings.
together in order to manifest. And the thing is, we manifest things every day, but we do it unconsciously because we don't even know how to think for ourselves. Religion doesn't teach you how to think for yourself. If you think for yourself, you're going against the pastor, you're going against the reverend, you're going against the doctor, you're going against these individuals who are connected more so than you. If your pastor ain't teaching you how to be on his level or to surpass him, and he only tells you that I am the shepherd and I am the only way that connect to God for you, you need to run. Because a wise mystic once said that a real church, will have them come in, train them up, and send them out. Train them up in the way of learning how to love themselves and to help people affirm that in their own way. And even in the Bible, when people rejected Christ, Christ didn't sit up there with, "Well, I'm about to shoot you in the head. You said what, nigga?" He didn't do any of that. He just simply said, "Okay, may peace be unto you," and kept it moving. Again, where is the Christ? This is not Christ. People want to
Where is
skip
the damn
Christ
Christ?
and go to.
Oh,
People want to skip Christ and go to God.
I ain't
They
mean
want to
to
skip. No. It wasn't that. It wasn't. I'm just in the zone. I'm just in the zone. And that towards you. You good. I appreciate y'all being here. And I'm gonna shut up after this because I definitely want to hear more of y'all thoughts. And Harold, I want you to go off. Stop playing. Let it go. Let it go like Elsa. Okay. But my headphone damn dying. At the end of the day, truth is coming out. Objective truth is coming out. And you have to work out your own soul salvation. We are all having our quote unquote Christ cross experience where we're going to be judged by the world, but we still have to find a way to love ourselves. But I'm also glad that when Christ, according to the narrative, hung his head and died and said it is finished, which means that he did his part. Now it's time for us to do our part. And I share the energy of Harriet Tubman. I'm going to motherfucking do what needs to be done to bring change and live a long life. Not
and if you
everybody who
coming
is
along
fighting
for the
for
ride,
truth.
come on.
And the people who are fighting for truth don't always have to end up having their life snuffed out either. Because again, if there's one thing that black people have not done, and this is going to kind of sound like them a little bit, but I'm going to break it down for you. there's one thing that we as black people have not done in reference to protecting ourselves from the people outside of us that we do openly to each other, is that we're going to have to learn how to protect ourselves through the realm of violence. And I don't mean violence like what they mean as far as go out and attack, go out and destroy, be on the offense. I'm talking about in reference to your defense, because we've seen what happens to black people even when they do comply, even when they are not in positions of power, even when there's a motherfucker having their goddamn knee on their neck. Literally, this person can't breathe. They don't have any power, but because of the threat of who you are and the account and the fact that I can do this, no shade, with a bunch of other black people around who ain't gonna do shit. We also have to be accountable too. Because when Mook Mook kill Ray Ray, bitch,
Stephen
we
A.
is
Smith.
ready, girl. We is grab. I ain't got my piece near me, girl. Matter of fact, hold on. Let me cut my camera off real quick. Hold on.
Stephen A. Smith. He would be that Negro that's standing around not doing nothing.
Hold on. These niggas let the motherfucker be on Instagram live and shit and found out, man, they done shot Mook Mook. Nigga who? They gonna grab all they shit. They gonna grab all they shit with the quickness. That night there will be rounds flying.
Know that. Please know that.
Just like in the Klan, girl, at night, late at night, they coming through, girl, with the 4.5 and
bed.
shooting. They hop out of their beds, not even turn their swag on, but turning the safety off. Just to motherfucking go in the streets and commit the violence against us. But if a motherfucking police officer kneel on your neck, you too afraid to challenge him because you know what can happen.
When that white woman told her husband that Emmett Till whistled at her, oh, them white men came running. Please know that.
And no shade, what Queen Stevie say? Remember that Alabama boat brawl? That's the energy we got to have. No shade. And again, in self-defense. I'm gonna have to change my other damn headphone or whatever. But y'all share y'all other thoughts real quick. Queen Stevie, got anything you would like to say? I'm gonna change my headphones real quick.
Now, another thing I wanted to touch on was racism, because that's another thing that they want to do away with Project 2025. They want to do away with critical race theory, teaching it in the schools and educating people on what racism is. But Trump has a long racist history, and I'm looking here on Vox, and it says that his racism dates all the way back to 1973. Now, the U.S. Department of Justice under the Nixon administration, out of all administrations, sued the Trump Management Corporation for violating the Fair Housing Act. And we know how urban housing or housing development or housing discrimination affects Black people who are trying to rent homes. Now, Trump refused to rent to Black tenants and lied to the Black applicants about whether apartments were available. 1980s, Kip Brown, a former employee at Trump's castle, another one of Trump's business of discrimination, where Donald and Ivana came into the casino. The bosses would order all the Black people off the floor. Get the Blacks out of here, basically. In 1989, the Central Park Five, ladies and gentlemen. 1991, a book by John O'Donnell, former president of Trump Plaza Hotel.
Wait, Stevie. Go back to the Central Park Five, 1989, where he called for the execution of 5 young Black men. Execution.
Yes, he did. Sure did. Bring back the death penalty, bring back our police. And the teens' convictions were later vacated after they spent 7 to 13 years in prison. And the film, When They See Us, was
you
based
called for these
off
5
of
Black men to be, these 5 young Black men to be unalived by the prison system.
And then on top of that, real quick before you continue, Queen Stevie, and then on top of that, have the nerve to sit up here and tell us that on election day it's going to be Christian day, it's going to be Christ day, it's going to be Jesus day, it's going to be basically vacation Bible school, all that shit. But at the same, that was a little bit of the thing. But at the same time, now going to sit up here and say, oh, I don't even know what Project 20, I don't know what that, I don't know what that is, guys. I don't know. I never heard of them. I don't know who they are. And we just saw, again, shout out to Queen Stevie with that clip of them saying you have people that are part of the 2025 Project 2025 campaign that are on your campaign.
Right.
Still there. They didn't remove. They're still there.
So likely they still have the same ideas. So
go ahead, Queen Stevie. You were saying, I'm sorry. After the after the New York 5.
Yeah, the Central Park 5, 1991, a book by John O'Donnell, former president of Trump Plaza Hotel and Casino in Atlantic City, quoted Trump's criticism of a black accountant. He says this, he says, "Black guys counting my money, I hate it. The only kind of people I want counting my money are short guys that wear yarmulkes every day. I think that guy is lazy. And it's probably not his fault because laziness is a trait in blacks." And remember, he told us to do our black jobs. What are we doing right now, Trump? We're doing our black jobs. And we're holding your ass accountable.
he hates for black men to count his money, yet these niggas are saying that he is their savior because of a stimulus.
And Sexy Red and Waka Flocka, I hope you two both are paying attention to.
I have to fucking laugh. I have to laugh.
This shit.
But he gonna save y'all niggas though. Okay.
I mean, there were always people on the slave plantation who, if I'm gonna be treated like a slave, I'd rather be the highest, best slave that there is, so I can at least judge you niggas over there. There's always been people like that. What makes it dangerous this time is that, unlike the 60s and 70s, we weren't coming together. We weren't going to churches and having meetings about what to do as blackness. We were not having musical artists come out and sing. The only musical artist that I know of recently that's speaking about the shit that's going on in the world right now that's black, who I love, is Layla Hathaway with her new album called Vanta Black, which make sure y'all please listen to that. My favorite song is I'm the Best in the Motherfucking World, girl. That's my shit. But we're not doing that anymore. We're not having those conversations, black congressional hearings like we did back in the day, where we had people who believe you can change the system from inside, with people who said, girl, fuck the system, blow it up, make a new one, girl. For the spiritual people, for the other people that are, it was all different types of blackness coming together. We're throwing out our examples out there. Yeah, we're going to have some clashes, but we do have people that can remain objective and get things done instead of it turning into a fucking hate train and allowing other niggas to come up and circle jerk in their hatred, girl. But to actually come together and find a consent. I don't even want to think about that. None of them niggas over there can get it from me. Ever. Ever. I'd rather let them women over there take me to Pound Town and I'm a top girl and slut me out before I let any of them niggas do anything. I keep telling y'all this. That's a form of disrespect to think that I find them niggas attractive, that I want to do something with them. But it's crazy. It's crazy. And this is literally happening in front of our faces. That's why I say us as people, we're not doing anything. Where are the committee meetings? Where are the people coming together? Where are the Fred Hamptons and the Huey P. Newtons who collaborated with queer people, who collaborated with women's rights, who said, you know what, instead of me judging you like everybody else, let me come in, let me face my fears, let me actually do the Christ stuff and talk to your ass and get to know you as a human being first. Let's go ahead and do all that first before we do anything else. And we're not getting to that point. And I feel like if we don't, blackness may not survive. Queerness may not survive, because there's literally a division within our community that we didn't have during the 60s and 70s.
That's because you have so many Negroes who have obtained power, have obtained wealth, who are too busy trying to sit at the table with the patriarchy instead of setting up our own table. So there's the issue with that.
And then on top of that, even when we do try to create our own table, for example, Black Wall Street, I think even Atlanta started to become a very, very black town. They had black money coming into it, and now there is gentrification that's trying to happen there. It's kind of like whenever blackness tries to rise without their permission, when the product, because again, they say niggas are lazy. At this point, bitch, my forefathers created this country, just like how a lot of y'all inherited y'all wealth. Y'all didn't work for y'all wealth.
That's what Donald John Trump says, that we're lazy, yet he has inherited his father's entire
and wealth. He ain't do a motherfucking thing.
Not a goddamn
Do you know how to change a tire, nigga? Do you know how to tie your own tie? Can you put your own toupee on? Do you get what I'm saying? Can you put your own spray tan? Exactly. That's a level of privilege. You're allowing somebody who has a level of privilege to be able to get into a position of power and literally be a privileged brat as the president, girl. Like, this is the person who represents our country. This is the person that can possibly put us in war with other countries. Like, what? All because you don't want to admit to the wrongdoing that you still benefit from your forefathers. Because to be accountable and to really have real life, genuine, authentic, what I call is reconciliation, it means that you're gonna have to pay black people. Y'all paid, Jewish people were paid for the Holocaust. They were compensated. Native Americans were compensated. Other groups of people, even Asian people, have been compensated. Meanwhile, the architects of this country,
the Negroes, we had to pull ourselves up by the bootstraps.
And we ain't had no damn bootstraps, girl. We had to motherfucking pretend and shit. We had to get grass and straws and shit and put it on our feet in order to do it. But we haven't. But that's the thing that I'm saying about there being the age of Aquarius. It's about to be Tales the Hood for real, bitch. Y'all want to believe in Christianity, girl? That's fine. We're gonna believe in Tales from the Hood, girl. Welcome to hell, motherfuckers, at the end. Because at the end of the day, y'all are playing a dangerous game. Y'all want to go down this dark path. And we've seen this before. But what we're going to have to do is do something different. And that's why, even for me, and this might be radical within me, but I feel like black people at large need to go back to their African heritage, girl, and start motherfucking speaking shit on these bitches.
The unwhitewashed version.
The melanated version, the Cantu butter version, the shea butter version, the sun-kissed version. We need to get back to that. That's what they did. And even our ancestors, when they came over from Africa to America, they were able to still find certain. That's how open-minded we were when we were more connected to the earth and to spirituality and the communion with the earth. Even honoring queer people as shamans and being individuals who could be between the realms because we're too spirited, honoring those things. When they came to America, they found that the same qualities that they found in their gods and what they believed, they found the same type of quality in Christian ones. That's why you have people who can pray to Obatala, who can pray to Ogun, Oshun, who can pray to these deities, but also call on Saint Michael, call on Saint Jude, still call on certain Christian biblical figures or spiritual figures, because again, it's the energy. It's the energy doesn't fucking lie. Men will lie, but energy does not fucking lie. And I feel like we need to get back to that fucking point, because again, I don't know if y'all want to be parents growing up. If y'all want to be parents, but I eventually want to become a parent. I don't want to keep having the same conversations, fear-based conversations with my black children. I don't want to. I have
enough nieces and nephews to be considered a honorary parent.
Understandable, but I bet you don't even want to have those conversations of like police brutality with your nieces and nephews, like, and it's just scary, because it's like because we are afraid, we are passing down fear-based ideologies and pathologies. That's why I think a lot of the older generation, and again, I support and love wisdom from older people, but I don't submit to old fools though. So when you wise, I'll listen. When you a fool, fuck the respectability politics. But that's why I kind of like have to give smoke to them, because it's like the purpose is to be better. The generation is supposed to be better and smarter than you. But because of what I think happened during the 80s, which was the response to the 60s and 70s, there became a defeatist attitude to where it's like, and when you look at history, it can be very depressing. Damn, it seemed like we ain't gonna never make it. Damn, it seemed like we ain't gonna never make it. It's gonna always be this way.
It's like they sort of conformed.
Yes, because it seemed like if you can't beat them, join them. So instead of me fighting them, let me create my own little hierarchy in the black community, which is why you talk about queer people destroying the black family. We could never do what Boosie has done. Even if we wanted to, we could never. We can bust all the nuts in the world. It would never bring up the death toll to the times that Lil Bootsy and his music has brought death and destruction to this community, to where I even showed a video of this nigga even saying, damn, every rapper that look up to me end up dying.
They don't see it like that though.
At all. It's okay to
Instigate.
have two red bones kissing in the back seat. That's okay.
Right.
And I made that point up when I saw Victoria Monet and Tiana Taylor at the BET Awards. I
Excellent
said, well,
point.
what about the children?
I didn't
What
see
about the
BMU.
children?
A
What's going
whole
on,
bunch.
girl? Where was y'all at? I don't see BMU talking about hell no.
What
A
about
whole
the
bunch of
children?
lesbonics going on stage at the BET Awards.
But
Yet, a
Mhm.
young woman grabbed Michael Rainey Jr. in between his legs, and there was no outrage, and that was done in front of kids. So where was the outrage for
You
that?
can't make this up.
That was actually done in front of kids. We saw it with our own eyes. So,
But we already know the reason why. At the end of the day, besides the Tiana Taylor thing, but the whole Michael Ray situation is heterosexual, and that's where they want the children to go. All of the children, even the queer children, to go down that road, so that they don't grow up being like us, open queer adults who call them out because, again, those same people who are saying this shit, they knew a homosexual when they was younger, and they probably either bashed on his ass or fucked on his ass. One of the two, you did that. No shade.
The latter.
No, and again from them niggas, no shade, no way. But then it's like, I think the reason why with the Tiana Taylor situation is because, again, those are two very attractive women, and again, even with Boosie talking about two red bones kissing in the back seat, what's better than one puss? Two. And when both of the puss can do shit to the puss like I want to do to the puss, it turns me on, because as a man, I still can insert myself into it. No shade. Look at people who are what they call them, suicide bombers. One of the benefits of dying is the fact that you gonna have all these virgins. You gonna have so much uncharted, untapped pussy, bitch, that you
Like
gonna be willing to die to get all of it.
The clip that you showed of the guy on the beach, where all the ladies were out of the women
That
were chasing
spray
him.
commercial that I remember watching when I was a kid. That was times. I mean, those were times back in the early 2000s, man. Wow, that was times. But yeah, that's how it should be. That's how it should be. Like, but that's why I know that now these podcasts and the fact that they're growing is that there are people who want to, and I understand it as a man. There are some times where you be like, okay, can you please just shut the fuck up? I understand it, and I think that's a human being thing. No shade. But at the same time, it's like, you're doing that in the moments where it doesn't require that. There is some sort of change that's trying to happen here, and you're trying to ignore the change because you can't comprehend and you can't understand. I have spoken so many times about emotional intelligence and what that actually fucking looks like. These individuals turn around and make this about getting fucked in the ass, nutting on niggas, dealing with balls and shit.
Why does it always go to that?
I'm not even out here having sex like that, and I want to, because I told you I want to fuck somebody from the cozy church. But meanwhile, they thinking more so about the sexual shit than I am. And then if I was a queer person was to play the game and say, okay, let's have sex 101. Let's talk about cleaning out. I don't want to hear how y'all play, but y'all already imagining it. And I already told y'all not getting none of BubzDaGawd. Ever. Know that. Ever.
See, I could be missing right now, but I ain't gonna do it.
I don't know why you're doing Harold. I already gave you the green light. You talking about follow my lead, nigga. I told you what to do.
I could be messy, but I ain't gonna do it.
No. This is the time to do it. I don't even be messy like this. Let me tell you something. Before I went on that platform a second time, the first time when they were telling me, oh, we need you back, Bubs. You got that fire, man. You know, you came with that heat and that smoke. You got a good mind. I was all good stuff. Wonderful stuff, girl. I was all that shit. I wasn't a mentally ill, unknown trans person before, girl. But then when I came...
holding them niggas' feet to the fire.
But that's what I told them. When you brought me on your platform, that's where you fucked up at. Because now you have the burden of proof to fact check me. I'm the mentally ill one, right? I'm the one who doesn't know, right? I'm the one that's lost and confused, right? I'm the one on the wrong side of history. I'm the one on the wrong side of nature, the wrong side of God, the wrong side of intimacy. I'm on the wrong sides of sexuality. You are then obligated to show me the truth, especially if I'm harming myself. So what I did was, after you guys watched my shit, and then y'all did y'all piss ass way of trying to clean it up, and shout out to Mandrell and Shushu, who finally chose themselves and stopped being the goddamn martyr for these people who are literally ignorant of what the fuck they're talking about.
That's damn right.
They stopped all that. I said, okay, y'all watching my platform. All I'm going to do is provide information. Y'all have these questions that y'all want to ask, but y'all be asking the same question, the safe questions. And then when we have these conversations, it be so funny that in the beginning, oh, you know, we're all human beings, and you know, we all have a creator, and you know, we all don't know everything. And you know, okay, well, now that you know that, this is a time to learn. So was that like your tactic or ploy to be able to try to absolve yourself of accountability that we know and you know that we know that you playing into? The fuck? So then when I came on a second time, I was not about to have the same conversation. If y'all ask, well, what are y'all gonna do for us? Bed rusting, bitch. That's what we did for y'all. Marsha P. Marsha P. Johnson for the queer community, girl, even the white queers, we did for y'all. James Baldwin, we did for y'all. Hell, I forgot his name. A black man who was a multi-millionaire who funded the civil rights movement was a queer man himself. You're motherfucking welcome. Queer people have been doing that. Check your goddamn churches. When it came time to stuff Gamba, Andrew Lord, when it comes time to stuff them fat ass first ladies, girl, with them damn corsets and shit, and everybody pulling each away and she, all that shit, and if she breathed, girl, somebody's dying in the church and they're not being revived, girl, because a damn button gonna fly like a bullet and pierce somebody in their damn head. Who are the ones getting the girls together with their makeup before they go slay the motherfucking BMI performances and the Stellar Awards and the Dove Awards? Who are the ones are doing their hair and their makeup and getting their fashions together? And speaking of that, who is the one that helped Kim Burrell lose 100 pounds from her pinky and changed her life? A black gay man. We ain't got to lie, girl. We've been telling the truth.
But we're destroying the black community.
And I keep asking these niggas to prove it. Why? Because Lil Weston ain't has a dress on? I'm gay. I don't wear a dress. That's not my style. Do I like feminine? Do I like feminine niggas? Yes. If my nigga want to wear a little something feminine, girl, do his shit, girl. Okay, we can see what that's about. You know what I'm saying? But I don't do that. And I don't see a bunch of kids out here now wearing skirts, twerking. Like, I don't see niggas twerking on the motherfucking corners
at all.
I don't see no yes, bitch. Yeah, I don't see any of that on the corners. I don't see any of that. But I'll tell you what I do see. I see a lot of this on the corner.
Pow pow.
I see a lot of yellow tape being placed around shit.
See a lot of drugs being taken out of trunks
and being done in front of the children. I see you also giving children jobs to distribute your drugs for you and you pay them. I see you doing that. But again,
see a lot of hustlers on the block. We do see that.
We see a lot of home invasions. We see a lot of all that bullshit that's going on. But yet again, you can't objectively prove all the gay shit. And then y'all talk about pride. And yes, there are certain prides where they have done things to where even me as a queer person was like, okay, that's a little extreme, especially if it's friendly. If we're going to do all that, let's have that shit sectioned away and have motherfuckers pay for it so that we know that motherfuckers going to be doing their shit as far as trying to get in trouble. Because what happens is that instead of them objectively looking at pride overall, they would take those certain instances, say it's happening at prides everywhere, and say this is what they really do. They're pretending that they're all about love and equality, but all they want to do is throw motherfucking rings on and try to get them on dildos. Or they're trying to walk around with their booty cheeks out in front of kids. They want to do all that. Okay, then what about the parents? And again, we can play the game. I'm cool with playing the game. What about the kid? What about the parents that take their sons to Hooters? There are pictures of children in Hooters. What about the man who ended up getting his son a stripper for his 12-year-old birthday. And all the men in the comments were saying man of the year. I'm glad that he's doing that. I mean, hell, again, even in the pathology of men, once their son starts talking about, Dad, I've been kind of feeling weird down there. You know what I'm saying? First of all, the first thing in mind is, oh, Lord, I hope he ain't no faggot. And when they find out that he's not a faggot,
9, 10, 11, 12 years old.
And not young as hell. And then on top of that, now that you've affirmed that you ain't a fag and we on the same page and I ain't got to kick your ass out, I'm just so happy. Now I'm going to share the paraphernalia, so you're going to call it that.
You already know how it is.
With my son! Just like little Boosie had grown-ass women come in and give his son and their cousin or family relative
11.
Filet.
It was his son. 11
but
years
it's
old.
Okay. And all I'm saying is, if we're going to play the game, let's do it across the board. If it's death and destruction, let's do it across the board. If it's going to be bloody, let's do it across the board. Because some of y'all are leaving us no choice but to accept these realities, even though we as queer people are always the ones who are showing the burden of proof. Queen Stevie just came up here and gave us a breakdown on Donald Trump that people are choosing to ignore and not acknowledge, but yet you're a Christian, which is about objective truth. Every knee shall bow and every tongue shall confess. And y'all can't even do that because it's not supposed to apply to me because I'm a Christian. Okay, then girl,
where was the Christ?
Motherfuckers is Christian.
Where was the Christ on January the 6th, 2021? Where was the Christ there?
Matter of fact, where was the insurrection on Calvary? Where was that at? Because according to the narrative, I don't think it was the queer people at large, and the women at large, and the black people at large that was throwing stuff at him, that was spitting at him, that was cursing him, that chose Barabbas over him. And if I'm not mistaken, wasn't no niggas at the feet of God. I mean, feet of Christ. It was women. Girl. Okay, y'all. Any lasting thoughts? Harold, let go. We about to end it, damn it. Just let it out. At least let it out on the end.
All I gotta say is 2025, Donald Trump is about to show y'all niggas what's happening. Y'all are playing these host show games and making all these jokes about I'm voting for Trump and Trump 2024.
Yep.
And when January the 20th, 2025 actually gets here and all of this shit that we've been warning y'all about actually comes to fruition, I don't want to hear a goddamn thing. I don't want to hear an utter. I don't want to hear any type of outrage. This is what you niggas were advocating for. This is what the fuck you're getting. So it is what it is.
And on top of that, I wouldn't be surprised if, hypothetically speaking, Trump ass started compensating these niggas for doing that. And you know what's so crazy? All the stuff.
Well, I mean, they bought niggas anyway, so that it'd be on brand.
It just be more overt. But you know what's so crazy? All of these ideas that's happening. I mean, all these things that are happening. I've been having like film ideas and short film and series ideas that revolve around racism and queerphobia and stuff. But I already told you one of my favorite movies is Tales from the Hood, and I want to make it very dark, very bloody, very gory, very black, very queer. And I literally, like, these ideas are literally just affirming. I mean, what's happening in the world today is literally just affirming these film ideas that I have. So I know that eventually, down the road, hopefully within the next 5 to 10 years, y'all will see projects from BubzDaGawd. Because what I want to do, and I'm going to let y'all know my game plan. Because YouTube and this right here is just practice for me. Me being on these lives and just a few. First of all, shout out to the few of you who have been loyal to this platform, who actually find value in what I say. So I really appreciate y'all. But me doing this is just helping me to refine my gift. Refine, because I've always been good at speaking. It's just I'm refining it more. I'm finding my balance because I know that during these times there are going to be people that are going to be out here that are going to try to bring peace in the midst of chaos and conflict, but also understand that peace is also made of steel. So that's one thing that I do agree with the Republican Party. Because no shade, baby, I'm with the firearms now. Especially as a black person, I'm really with the firearms. So at least we there.
With this upcoming election, everybody need to be with the firearm.
Okay, at this point, because they wanted to be the Wild Wild West, but again, in reference of protection, that's the point. In reference of protection, I feel like I was going somewhere, but I lost my damn thought. Anyway, Queen Stevie, you got anything left to say?
And to these white Christian evangelicals,
Come on with it. Come on
let
with
me
it.
tell you something, because I read somewhere from TikTok, or it was an X, somebody posted about you guys are considering locking up women who have abortions. You have no control over what queer people and what women do with their bodies, none whatsoever. You don't have control over my mom's uterus. You don't have control over my sister's uterus. You don't have control over
My
my aunt's
aunts, my
uterus. You
nieces.
don't have control over my body as a trans black
Your wife
woman.
or your daughters.
So
Come-
let's get that straight right there. Or
Say it
any
again,
other queer
Stevie.
person.
Say it again, Stevie.
Because that's what y'all want. Y'all want control over people's bodies, not just women, but queer people as well too. And you're considering punishing people, locking people up, for women mainly who have abortions. A woman's body is a woman's choice, and you have no, Funky Dineva said it best, you have no dog in this arena.
Yep, that's it, y'all. I mean, again, all we can do is just share the information, but in closing, I really want and the reason why I'm saying oppress groups of people is because I'm just saying it for the sake of the dialogue. I obviously want black people and queer people to ascend. I want us to be better. We have the right to do that. We literally have built this country through the blood, sweat, and tears of our ancestors. Meanwhile, others have benefited from it for generations. Again, these people who are telling us that we're lazy, you motherfuckers didn't even earn the shit. It was given to y'all during the Homestead Act after African Americans once again put their lives on the line for the first Civil fucking war, bitch. Y'all think y'all gonna get us to do it again, girl? We gonna pull a South Park on your ass, bigger, longer, and uncut, girl. Y'all gonna have to fight Satan and Saddam Hussein, bitch, not us. We're not gonna be on the front lines for this shit. I'm just saying. But we have to do something different as people. That's why I feel like it's very important that we continue to bridge the gap with the youth.
But see, with that, you have to get all black people on one
At
accord.
this point, it ain't gotta be all. It just gotta be enough. It just gotta be enough. Because there are some niggas who are going, again, the niggas that want to stay on the plantation, let them stay. Because again, they have free choice.
We're going with Harriet. So.
I'm already, girl, I'm job shadowing her ass. You hear me?
So I don't know about you niggas, but we're going with Harriet. So.
Exactly, because at the end of the day, and this is where I'm at. And I remember the nigga with the McDowell's golden arches hairline over there. Him. I remember he asked the question to the queer people in the community. He said, "Are y'all willing and ready to die for this?" And the gag is that.
Are you niggas? Like,
not even that. but for us, we, no shade, our lives have always been on the line. There's always been life and death
y'all
for
supposed
us.
to be the leaders of the community. So are y'all? That's the question. Are you? Because you're the so-called leader in the head of households of the black community. So are you? You're supposed to be on the front line, not us.
Again, these are the same. Yeah, the Kang, the real gods, because they say I'm a fake god. The real gods. So my thing is, why don't the real gods do what the gods did before them that they shared? That if there was some sort of
real gods
disturbance,
push back against the machine.
That part, and one of the ways of pushing back against the machine in reference to community that they did have back then, when their waistlines and their bodies was good in college and shit. That if there was something going on here, I just want you to let go and stop playing in my face. But girl, I'm trying to give you the green light. You playing? What you need? Man. I didn't put on Beyonce. You already drunk, girl. Let it go. But if there was something happening in their community, you know what they would do? They said that these people would go to where that house is as a community and stand up. Y'all would be like the movie Meteor Man, girl. Y'all would be like that, girl. Do we need Meteor Man? Does someone need to dress up like Meteor Man? Does Luther Vandross need to come back from the grave, girl, for one part to be like, yeah, let's do this? We need to get back to that point. Meanwhile, they're afraid to step up to these same niggas who have sat up here and said that they have seen death, They have seen destruction. They have seen war, and that queer people know nothing about war, and they be too busy twerking and voguing, girl, that they don't even know we be fighting for our own motherfucking life too, and there's so many of us who don't fucking make it. Why don't y'all go ahead? Y'all give y'all life to serve this country that don't care about you, but you won't give your life to serve your community where your fucking family actually lives at. Make that make sense. But y'all want to get on the platform and beat up on the gays and then use your strength to prove it to the homosexuals and the women. When in actuality, in the words of Craig the Stewart, the writer of the Stewart, that it has been black women and the queer community, or the feminine energy, that has kept the black community alive, while the masculine energy is too busy being afraid and not self-actualizing to actually become better and actually make a change. That's what these niggas do. These niggas do not know how to heal. These niggas do not know how to have emotional awareness and intelligence for real. And when they do, they have to bring up past niggas. I'm talking about you in particular. What are you doing?
The $1 million question, what are you doing?
Don't you know that the last video that I did, and here, I'm going to keep talking until your ass motherfucking let off at least one time, damn it. But let me tell you something. And shout out to Queen Spicy. Queen Spicy said, funny how we didn't get the lazy or dangerous stereotypes until we weren't working for free anymore. It's very interesting. Just wanted to point that out.
Our black jobs.
Yeah, our black job, girl. Our black girl. The fact that there's even a White House black job, the fact that there is heart transplants, which was created successfully by a black person, are black jobs. The fact that you niggas eating Jiffy and shit, girl, with apples and crackers and shit, girl, peanut butter, are black jobs, girl. We've done so much that you've all stolen, bitch. We're just saying, girl. But I remember the last live I did where I spoke about these people's opinion against women and queerness, and I was kind of speaking in their nigga language, in their masculine language, in the toxic masculine language. I got a DM telling me that, oh, this live that I created tonight is going to be all for you and about you, and you talked all this shit, now it's our time to respond and shit, and I made it just for you, so you show up.
But when the fag didn't show up,
y'all picked on somebody else.
Right. The women.
Not even the women. A man. I didn't watch the live that night because I was going to watch it the next day. And I was going to listen to it while I did yard work. Because I do nigga shit too, as far as tending to shit.
Because let's be honest, all it was going to be is like a whole bunch of gaslighting ass shit and a whole bunch
and at this point, there is a part of me that kind of wants to go ahead and do that and get that over with. Because if they're triggered by what I said, I'm not even at level 9,000 yet. I did a video and all I did was take clips from my live, encouraging them to listen to my live since you are so objective.
And please know they watching.
But not even, they don't watch the whole thing. They come through little snippets and shit. But see, I tried to help them out. And I said, okay, let me go ahead and pull out parts that'll catch y'all attention. The most viewed video had like 400 and something views. And that's literally the video of me telling them to go do what those white people did in January 6th. Them niggas made a live because they made a live where they were going to address my thoughts. I thought at least if I wasn't going to show up, you would at least take the source material and put it up there. But see, I felt like if you did that, because even when I did the live with them the second time, when they did a live with CTV, they had a whole thumbnail and everything. But for me, they didn't, because if people were actually to come to my YouTube channel and actually listen, they would see the holes in their logic. Just like how Tough Topics podcast.
I mean, you can watch the lives with CTV and Reckless Logic and see there's holes in their logic.
Of course, but see, it's always the units are exposing. That's the problem. That's the units we're exposing. We're supposed to be, but we're already labeled as demons. So it's kind of like, even if we talk and express what's actually happening, y'all have the privilege to be able to demonize us. But if we're really demons, and especially in the Bible, God always produced shit, so you have to prove the objective destruction and demonic shit that's happening, and they can't. But then when we look over to the left and we evaluate y'all with the same lens, or we counter analyze. Girl, no wonder y'all speak so much against it, because some of y'all, the majority of y'all, are the ones actually doing it. So I don't know if you demonize other people, if it's like a sign of repentance or penance for the shit you do behind closed doors, again, in the dark, where you want the queer people to go back to. The slave plantation where you want black people to go back to. We don't want this freaky ass relationship with y'all hoes in the dark. If we gonna do this shit, let's do it in the light.
Because that's all they know how to do is move in the dark.
That's why. And like I said again, Tough Topics Podcast, I appreciate her perspective. Even though she has a queer-phobic perspective, I still appreciate her because she can still, in a sense, be willing to be objective. And she was on that platform and the men was talking about, oh, we're glad to have you here. Not because of her mind, but because Tough Topics is an attractive woman. Mm-hmm. So it was eye candy. And even she called out in one of her posts that I put on my page, on my community tab, where she literally said, it's funny how these men and these platforms...
And I'm glad the women who frequent that platform, I'm glad they're waking up.
I hope so.
And seeing what time it is, because they don't respect you for the simple fact that you have insightful commentary to contribute to the platform. They're only doing that because of the fact that you are, like you said, an attractive woman. So
and what are your thoughts on that, Queen Stevie? Like, how do you feel about the women and then the spectrum of women that support these red pill platforms, as far as like affirming what they're saying, even though they're like objectively and unconsciously, I guess, and maybe sometimes consciously out of fear, speaking to their own detriment, speaking to their own demise, speaking to them, literally saying, okay, I'm cool with being in chains.
Ladies, you cannot be oppressed and oppress your own kind of people. But someone I was just talking to not too long ago about that, and she asked me a question. She said, Miss TV, what do you think is going to happen with other women? Because I asked women the question on my show, do you want men to have power over what you do with your body? Do you want them to have ownership over you? And the ones that are out here going on these spaces in the red pill community, you're no different than them. If you're willing to sit up there and there is a thing called, we know about toxic masculinity, but there is also toxic femininity too.
Of course.
There are other women who will go out here and be against other women, fighting for other women's rights to their bodies. Because I asked women that question, and you would be surprised how many no's I got from women saying, I don't want no man telling me what to do with my money or finances or anything. Because another thing that is listed in this 920-page documents is that they are trying to punish women who get abortions. They're trying to take away the pills so that women can't get the abortions. They're trying to take away all of these things. Medicare is another thing that they are talking about.
They're calling for prison for women who go and get an abortion.
Yeah, but one more time, but real quick before you finish your thought, I just want to put a pin there real quick. And I already said this earlier, but I don't know if you caught this part, Harold. But I want to just read a few scriptures from the Bible real quick in reference to abortions, okay?
Okay,
just
go ahead.
Really quick. The first one. Life begins at birth with the first breath, Genesis 2:7. Fetuses are not persons. I think this is Exodus. It says EX. I guess it's Exodus 21:22-25. Fetuses should be aborted as proof of adultery. Numbers 5:11-31. Life is not sacred. Deuteronomy 28:18-24. God will rip open pregnant mothers to be. 2 Kings 8:12. Israelite king Menahem ripped open pregnant women. 2 Kings 15:16. God will kill unborn fetuses. Isaiah 13:18. And lastly, God will destroy fetuses in utero. Hosea 9:10-16. Christians, y'all got some explaining to do. Go ahead, Queen Stevie. You were saying?
Yes, I was saying that I believe that women should have the right to their bodies as well as queer people. And you want to punish people for that. And that's listed in this 920-page doctrine from the Heritage Foundation in Project 2025. Now, as far as women going into these spaces in the red pill community, black women, you do know that these black men have the same mindset of these white men. It goes back to what T.S. Madison said. They want to push the white men out of the seat and replace these
Yes.
white men. They
Yes.
want to be in that position. So by you going on these platforms, it's not going to help them. Now, there was one young lady that went on that platform and she was very passionate. And there was one woman on the panel, Bubs played a clip of it, and she was agreeing with her. Basically, she gave her a nod, like, yeah, I get where you're coming from. That's what we need more than ever than anything. We don't need anybody who's out here to divide and conquer. And I feel as though with Sexy Red and Waka Flocka, what they are trying to do is they are out here pandering to get people to vote for this man. You fuck around, you will find out. This motherfucker is not playing.
Yeah, I mean, there's always been people who, again, are going to choose themselves over the sake of the community. I mean, let's take a look at Charleston White, goddamn motherfucking helmet wearing ass girl. When he sat up there and said a quote, no shade and no shade to, yeah, never mind. But he had a quote where he literally said, fuck the community. Only broke motherfuckers care about the community.
Wow. Wow.
The fact
So
that Martin Luther King did what they did means it gave you an opportunity to be a dumb, stupid nigga openly and publicly. What did Martin Luther King say? This what I got all those ass whoopings for?
I'm just at a loss for words. Like I just with each day, we sit on the internet and we see all these dudes. Well, not just dudes, because it's women too, but mostly all these so-called social media stars and these black celebrities who have wealth and have the power to make change, effective change in the community. They get online every single day and they show us the team that they are playing every single day.
And not even that. They'll just get online and tell you, oh, you bitches could never, girl. Look at me. Look at what I got on, girl. King. Bitch can't even spell Prague. Just all type of shit. But at the same time, I remember I saw a picture where it was a bunch of black entrepreneurs, celebrities, actors, athletes, just black, just entertainment, all in one picture. And it had to be close to $1 billion in that picture, but not yet one school. Y'all can't even give Dr. Umar Johnson the money to get to school. Y'all can't even help him get to school, girl. That's what I'm saying. Like,
what are y'all doing for the kids? Since y'all claim y'all love them so much, what are you doing for the kids?
TikTok raising their kids and not being parents. And I understand, because no shade, in today's world, let's not be real, objectively, despite our stances on things collectively, inflation is affecting us. Motherfuckers gotta work 2-3 jobs. I can understand why motherfuckers scamming. I can understand why motherfuckers stealing. I can understand why motherfuckers on the trap. I can understand, because it's like these people also want to live. They don't want to continue to work for the rest of their life, and then when they get older, if they get older, now they'll be able to be free. Where they're saying that pretty soon there won't be any Social Security left for anybody, girl. So it's like, and the life expectancy is going down to where motherfuckers can't even reach the age to even receive. And what they're doing now is they're completely trying to remove the middle class to where it's either them or it's gonna be
the poor
us.
class.
And if you want to come up here, you're gonna have to do the Hollywood shit. You're gonna have to do the casting couch. A lot of tops gonna be bottoms in this bitch, girl. Unwillingly. Hello. It's gonna be a lot of y'all talking about all these sex survivors and shit. Be careful. Because some of you niggas are probably gonna have to suck a dick for a loaf of bread, nigga. Some of y'all gonna have to swallow babies and shit, girl, to be able to live for your damn family, girl.
Like I said, word to the manosphere in the red pill community.
And I don't want y'all touching me at all. So again, don't even come my way with the shit. I ain't got nothing for you. But like, that's literally what's happening in front of our eyes. And I feel like the reason why I be doing what I can to put my information out there and hopefully find individuals who understand is because I know that everybody's not going to get it the BubzDaGawd way, the Harold way, the Queen Stevie way. But universally, if we learn to love ourselves and see it for ourselves, we will be able to find a common theme that is attached to humanity that we can all work on. For example, when I was doing my live with Ryan Vugata, before then, I would have conversation with him on the back end. We literally were saying the same thing, but just in a different way. Just like with all these different religions. Yeah, the grifter, girl. He got his money now, so now he cool on the queers, he cool on the black people, girl. That's all. We already knew that's what he wanted, girl. I was just
Christian Walker.
No,
Christian Walker's son.
No shade. I would fuck Christian Walker. No shade, I would. But from the back, because I don't want to. Oh, where are you? Yeah. Let me be like YB Entertainment, girl, and treat you like a real motherfucking top. Shut up, bitch. let me tap into my manosphere energy, bitch. You know what I'm saying? But girl, where was I going? I hate when I do this. Sometimes I go on tangents and I forget what I'm saying, but then I come back to it. That's the thing too. Oh yeah, thank you. See, sometimes I need help. With Ron, and again, we were saying the same thing, but just in a different way, and it goes back to all these religions, like all these names that we call this grand architect, like some people said the Masons or whatever. It's all from one universal source, and it's so unlimited that there are so many expressions of it, even no shade in dark expressions like where we're headed. God is in there somewhere. We just have to learn how to look at it, and organized religion hasn't really taught us how to do that. It didn't. It just taught us to submit, be fearful, and hope and pray that one day your prayer is answered. To where we will stomp over each other and lie to each other and talk shit about each other behind each other's backs and shit. And be fake in front of each other because we trying to get into the favor of the pastor, the favor of the shepherd, the favor of the leader, because that means more things for me, when they should be teaching you how to be able to find that favor in yourself, even when you're on the hospital bed, that you can be healed, that you can be whole, that you can be complete. What about the queer person who is homeless on the street and can't eat? Where's the church at giving them shelter? Where's the church at saying we love and affirm you? Your parents are ignorant, but we are angels of the Most High who are here to help you. Mm-hmm. Where are they at? Y'all say y'all want people to come into this place, but when they come into this place, you want them to conform as opposed to meeting them where they're at. I remember when Leandria Johnson got in trouble for actually going to a popular hoe stroll in Atlanta and was out there smoking cigarettes and talking to them and ministering love to them. Don't you know the church chewed her out?
I remember.
For that?
I remember that.
For simply doing what Christ asked for.
Right.
But see, the mandate or the protocol or the blueprint is they're supposed to come into the church. They're supposed to give us their money. Mm-hmm. Then we can offer salvation unto them. Mm-hmm. When she said, or what she did was, the price for that shit was already paid, nigga. And I love Leandria Johnson because she cuss.
Yes.
So I gotta believe she say nigga.
And she get drunk like me.
And I'm waiting for Harold to tap into that Leandria Johnson energy and do it one time so I can end this live. Because I'm gonna be on this live talking until Harold get out his system, girl. Because at the minute, I'm going to start naming the motherfucker, girl, and I know it's going to get you ramped up. And just to get your ass started, girl, it's the only motherfucker that go to Planet Fitness and don't work out, girl. Ooh. He must work there, girl. He must be the custodian.
The treadmill man.
The treadmill man, the cleaner, girl. He come back and clean all the stuff, girl. He work at the front desk.
The one that claimed to not care about the gays, but always talking about the gays.
That one. Keep that in your mind as we continue forward, okay?
Right.
But it's just, it's crazy to me, and it's like I've never seen people be so afraid of inclusivity before, but yet you want to be included. How does that work? You want to exclude, but you want to be included. I only got to believe it's because you feel like there's not space for everyone, and if that was the case, God, source, universe, consciousness, whatever you want to call it, wouldn't have allowed for us to be here. I turned 33. If I was such an abomination, I'm pretty sure God does not need y'all help getting rid of me.
What a stricken you down.
Turn me into a pillar of salt. All this other shit that has been said in the Bible that has been acts of God. So again, if it ain't happening, maybe you need to do by the way of Jasmine Sullivan when she sung at the Apollo Girl, accept what God allows. And on top of that, where was this God of mercy during slavery? Where was this God of mercy when George Floyd was having his life sucked from him? Where was this God at and this angel standing saying no when all these things were happening to black people who faithfully support organized religion, who have pictures of white Christ on their mantles? Have we not forgetting about the episode of Good Times, Girl, where it was an issue about a black and a white Jesus? At the end of the day, it's Jesus. Queen Stevie, anything else you want to say? Because I guess Harold ain't gonna get it out, so I guess we gonna go. Girl. Anything else you want to say, Queen Stevie? If not, that's cool. We'll wait for a response. Anything you would like to say, Harold?
I mean, like I said, I really don't know what I'm supposed to say.
Oh, okay. I just figured I'd give y'all if y'all want to say anything else. Okay, so let me. I guess I'll.
I haven't said. I don't think I haven't. I have said anything that I wanted to say publicly.
No, you just not saying what you need and what I want and what you want to say. That's the thing. You trying to hold back.
Buzz, I'm trying not to go all the way in.
At this point, this is what they want, so you might as well go ahead and give them a reason to. At this point, you might as well. But I guess I'll ask this in closing to you, Harold, and if Queen Stevie comes back, or if so, let me know if there's a back chat too. So, you know.
Okay.
What do you feel like you're going to do? Let's say, for example, November 4th comes and the election results read that. Let's do both scenarios. Let's start with the worst. Let's say Trump becomes president. What do you feel like you're going to do in reference to Harold?
As far as that, the worst case scenario happening, I'm going to take a page out of your book, arm myself, and do exactly what I need to do to protect myself as a black queer person in the United States.
Right. So. Okay. Queen Stevie, if you're still here, if you can, let me know. Because if not, okay, there we go.
I'm here.
Did you hear the question, Queen?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Give us your answer. Yep. How would you?
What would I do if Trump becomes president again for a second term? I fight harder than ever. Fight harder than ever. Because my black life matters. Our black lives matter as black queer people. This fool is a racist. And we know that. And we know that his supporters. My mom has had a couple of run-ins with people. The main one was when she was trying to help my brother look for a home. And she was just outside. She picked a flower, and the guy who was renting a home to my brother gave her problems. So, yeah, fight harder than ever.
Okay. So, my last question, and I'm going to ask Harold. Let's say Biden becomes president, but again, these are hypotheticals.
Okay.
But Biden becomes president, and let's say there is a very harsh adverse reaction to that, to where things become violent anyway. What do you feel like you would just feel the same way? Like, I'm already armed, so whatever happens,
yeah,
I'm gonna be
because
good.
well, for one, the Democrats need to grow a pair and quit trying to reach across the aisle and play kumbaya with these folks, because they've shown that they're not there is no kumbaya. They're going to push their agendas to get what they need. So it's only fair that the Democrats do the same thing. And I feel like, well, according to rumblings on the internet, a second January 6th is allegedly on the horizon again in the event that Biden gets in.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And
Trump is what he's doing is a dog whistle.
Yes.
And we know that he's notorious for doing dog whistles.
Just like he was tweeting today that he supposedly doesn't know about Project 2025 and all that old bullshit. But
He knows.
on January the 20th, 2025, in the event that Joe Biden is sworn in again as the 46th president of the United States, and a second January the 6th is to ensue. Like I said, we need to take a page out of the BubzDaGawd book and arm yourselves and be prepared for whatever. So
Stay ready so you don't have to get ready.
and not only black queer people, but people who don't subscribe to the opposing side.
Humanity.
And women too. Women.
Yes. Black queer.
And at this point,
queer
children
people,
too.
Yeah. train a child up early in the way they should
You got
go.
little Becky ass doing
Just like they
horseback
do in the
ride
Middle
from 4 to
East.
6, and then from 7 to 9, she in the motherfucking forest like Tomb Raider.
Just like they do in the Middle East, train a child up in the way they should go. We need to do that with our children because this is serious shit.
Yeah.
So
it is. But I appreciate y'all coming up and sharing y'all thoughts. Again, I'm gonna try to do more lives where I'm more visual, and I want to bring y'all up to be able to have conversations and stuff like that because y'all voices are very important. It helps me as you can see, an advocate to be able to do what I can to be in service to the people, and that's what we need. Because for me, and I'll say this in closing, for real, because I'm starting to get hungry now. They cooking something, man. My motherfucking nose is girl. These munchies kicking in off this edible, but unfortunately, we have two choices, and both choices are horrible, but I guess both parties are going to subscribe to voting for their party. I was not going to vote this year, but I had a conversation with an ex of mine.
It's too much at stake to not vote this year.
Yeah, I was not, because at first I was just like, as a black person, I was just tired of always the campaign for us. It's never anything lively or anything to give us to live. It was always fight or die, vote or die. It was always this battle. When, bitch, we can look at history and see that, girl, none of you motherfuckers would be anywhere where you at if it had not been for us. Y'all hoes wasn't gonna pick shit out in the motherfucking sun. I want you niggas to go pick cotton. Y'all wasn't finna do any of that. We were the ones who did that.
Our freedoms are literally at stake this year.
Right. But because of the conversation, and he kind of got me together a little bit, where he was saying, like, you can't sit up here and not vote and then complain about change. But I also said this, you know what? I will vote this election. But I will tell you this. We as a community need to do better, because if this is the best that we're going to get, that shows something wrong with us.
Yes.
It shows how desperate we are. And if anything, we should be tired of people lying to us every election to get us riled up to vote for shit, and then on top of that, not do shit. We have to look at these people and vet them. No shade, Kamala Harris, we appreciate you, girl, but you also put a lot of black people in jail. So until your ass can be voted, we need your ass to be accountable for that and figure out what the fuck that was about.
Yeah.
The same thing with Joe Biden. All these people, if you look in history, even Donald Trump said, if I was to become president, I would run for the Republican Party, because these people are idiots.
It's the Trump party. It's not the Republican Party. It's the Trump party. It's the party of fascism.
The MAGA cult.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
He knows how one track minded these people are.
That's what he said. Out his mouth. But yet somehow motherfucking Lil Nas X is sexualizing your child. Anyway, y'all, all I'm gonna say is this: after this election, we got to be real. Which means that us as queer people, we're going to have to start finding and becoming more political. Which means that, girl, no shade, fuck the left, fuck the right, girl. It's time to find a middle ground.
Right.
There's always been a third party, and that third party has always been demonized. I think what happens now is that the third party, first of all, need to be younger people. And it needs to be people
the more progressive generation,
generation, the younger generation. And I think it needs to be a multicultural thing, because this is the United States of America, where there are so many cultural influences that benefit, that we can learn from, that we could also participate in reference to humanity, that we can benefit from. It needs to benefit all people, not just one group of people. It should benefit Americans, since we are all fucking Americans. And it's crazy how, again, when the beginning of this country happened, yes, the founding fathers did horrible shit as far as racism. But again, God's such universe consciousness, even in the midst of hell, still shows up. So there are still nuggets of truth in there. And that nugget of truth was that this country was supposed to be a country based off of freedom of religion and freedom of the expression of that religion. Christian nationalism that Trump is supporting and saying that he not with, but behind the scenes call me. That type of shit is threatening, like it said in the video, our liberties. And again, it's going to be a lot of people who are going to get a wake-up call simply because they were afraid to face the motherfucking fear. That's the issue, and that's the goddamn problem. So 2025, I'm going to do the best I can to educate myself on politics, different politicians, even if there are local people, whatever the case may be. We have a right to create. There is something in the government, and for real in closing, I keep saying that, but for real in closing, one thing that they did that I have to give it to the Republican Party in reference to the insurrection is that it does read that if your government is ever to become tyrannical to where they impose their will and force it unto you, you as the people have a right to change that.
Mm-hmm. Which is what the people in France did was it last year or the year before, when they were unhappy with their government and they staged a coup and tried to I don't know if it was the same level as a January the 6th, but I know they staged a coup to overthrow their government in France because they were unhappy with their government. I don't know if that was last year or the year before or whatever. But to bring it back to what you said, that is absolutely the solution that Americans need to adapt.
Yeah, there's a collective
to see true change.
And again, that change is going to be black, white, gay, straight. It's going to be all different type of. It's just going to be American people who are saying these people are playing in all of our faces because again, inflation affecting all of us.
Oh yeah,
a lot of things are affecting all of us. These tactics are put in place to keep us angry with each other. We need to talk with each other, but at the same time, no shade, I'm going to give smoke to the ignorant ones because y'all are the ones that are making it difficult for change to happen. Y'all are the true agents of chaos, especially the ones that don't come up here with no proof, but just want to be able to steam and let off shit. If you need to steam and let off, go bust a nut somewhere, and I don't want to see it because I told you, Bubs, don't look at you like that. But do something.
Let me not.
Harold. But I feel like there needs to be something new. So, and I encourage y'all to do the same. Like, are we going to continue when we are old, when we are older in age, and we start living in our golden age and have gray hairs? Are we going to keep having these? Are we going to keep having these same conversations with our nieces and nephews and cousins and uncles and children that we've talked about for the longest time, or are we going to do something to change it for real? And that change is so sad. It's going to take us facing the possibility of death.
History repeated itself. The 50s and the 60s, the civil rights movement all over again.
And we saw the onslaught that happened in the 80s, decimated the black community at large. AIDS decimated the queer community at large. Women pushed back into the household. War, we went to war. We had to show these other motherfuckers.
Yes.
And again, this is not nothing new. Do your research. Our ancestors had their tongues slit out, their eyes removed, were reprimanded in most brutal of ways for trying to educate themselves about this system. You owe it to yourself and the future generation to educate yourself. And a lot of us are not doing it. So we have to find a way. Shout out to the people that's doing the work. Shout out to y'all.
Shout out to the people that are ready to lead the plantation. First and foremost. Shout out to the people that are ready to go on the run with Hillary, not Hillary, but with with Hillary Clinton too, but go on the run with Harriet.
No, fuck Hillary, girl. We fucking with Harriet. Okay, because even Hillary said some crazy ass shit about black people, girl. They want to pander. Like I said, somebody got to pander and get the rich, the white, the wealthy, get those individuals, and somebody got to cater to the niggas. Somebody got to cater to the homosexuals. Somebody got to cater to them. So again, like I said, it's two wings on the same bird, the same fucking burden. I think the sooner that we realize that, the sooner there will be a change. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, if we're going down this road, when I do have kids, trust me, I will do the best I can to educate my children, and on top of that, I will educate them in reference to physical violence and self-defense, so that if your child wants to continue the pathology of that, I'll make sure that my child helps break that generational curse by picking up a desk and smacking the shit out your child. And then once that happens, then they can call their daddies, and then we can talk to you as parents, and we can really see what's up. So anyway, thank you so much, Harold. Thank you so much, Queen Stevie. I really appreciate y'all. And y'all make sure y'all enjoy the rest of y'all night. I'm about to go ahead in a minute while I'm eating and shit and snoop on over, girl, and see what these black men are voting
they
for.
Are live. They are
live. They're live. They're live, and they, I think their thing was for 9 o'clock, but then it got moved up to 10. Because again, when I did my other live, they came through, and like I said, I give y'all permission to use my clips. I'm not going to strike your channel. I give y'all permission to use my clips for y'all commentary. But I want you to understand that if you do, you better make sure you're objective, and you better make sure you're speaking that truth, because if not, I'm going to come back and respond to your shit. And again, this is training for me. This is iron sharpening iron. I feel like Goku in this bitch. You know how Goku ass was able to rise and ascend all the time, even in the midst of all type of bullshit, is because he always realized and never forgot that he is a student. Don't you know that every time before Goku start whooping a bitch ass girl, for real, after getting fucked up, he'll always say, you know, I thought I didn't have it in me, you know, but I thank you. He always thanked them, nigga. I thank you for teaching me how to do this, and then commenced to doing what needed to be done. So for you niggas, I thank you so much. This is training for me. And again, I'm being trained on all realms of the spectrum, even this one, the language a lot of you niggas speak. And I hate talking like that, because what that does is like these niggas interpret it as an invitation when really it's a warning. Because y'all have not seen mentally ill. Hell, I don't even want to see what I look like when I'm in my mentally ill thinking. When it comes down to my self-defense, I will lose. All that self-love shit go out the window. At this point, whatever conjuring, insidious ass spirit wants to come through and put in some work, girl, like a damn soundtrack from Tales from the Hood, girl, just for a little bit. You don't get to have me all the time, girl, but I'm going to give you this little 1-2 real quick. I'm going to allow it to happen because I have a right to be here. And you don't get to decide that. That is God, source, universe, consciousness, job, not yours. Especially if I haven't done anything to warrant that. But I want you to know that queer people are going to play the game with you niggas. The worst thing y'all can do to us is physical violence. And we're even starting to defend ourselves in that. So once that is the case, when you can't use physical violence against us without meeting the exact or even greater response to that, will you then talk? Because again, the only thing you have over us is physical violence.
What is the physical violence doing? What does that prove?
If anything, it just proves that you don't know how to express yourself intellectually. So again, I can't do, but what I'm saying is that if queer people were to match you niggas on that too, to where it's like, okay, let's get into field, because there are niggas who get in the field and whoop niggas' asses too.
Oh yes.
Don't think because you gay that you just quote unquote weak. No, there are gay people who accepted the reality and ended up learning how to defend themselves properly. So what I'm saying is, does it have to take us going down that road and seeing that, whoa, these gay niggas can get down? Whoa, do we have to make y'all sweat a little bit? Do we have to have y'all and shit like that before y'all say, okay, let's talk? And what I'm saying is, we don't have to go down that route, but it seems like y'all want to. Because that's the only way that y'all know how to objectively prove your power.
That masculinity.
And that is the most weakest display of that. The weakest
when you
display
get ready when you get ready to pull the guns and the brass knuckles and all that out.
I keep saying I'm gonna be done, but the universe just want me to keep going for a little bit. And I guess it's again waiting for Harold to just let it off one time. But again, it goes back to one of my favorite films, but it was a film they played on BT all the time called South Central. I'm sure y'all know about that movie with OG Bobby Johnson.
Yes.
Okay, that was the only time I looked at the masculine nigga ass and I was like, okay, hold on. Can you you know what I'm saying? But I remember the last scene where Old dude had his son. He was holding his son with his little piece or whatever, pointing or whatever, right? And OG Bobby Johnson said something along the lines of, if I steal from a man, I can in time reconcile with him and pay him back what he stole and probably give him interest for his pain and suffering. That's the right thing to do. If I get into a fight with a man and I blacken his eye, that blackened eye will eventually heal and he will still live again. I mean, he'll still be able to live on. But if I take my, I have my clip in. That's not really good to have your clip in. Sorry. If a man, there's no coming back from that. I can't reconcile with that man. I can't say I'm sorry to that man. After I have my guilt and shame, I can't go back and try to make it work. Because I took this man's life. And again, objectively speaking, for those kings over there, I already told y'all what y'all got to do to make sure that y'all, I'm doing it right here actually, to prove to me that y'all got emotional awareness and intelligence. I said for y'all to save Lil RT, but I guess white Christians have already done that, girl. Because he already renounced drug shit and wasn't no nigga in sight to be able to say that we did this for the win for Christ. It was white people. And then on top of that, I'm going to need for y'all niggas to call up some of your Black Panther ass niggas, some of you militant ass niggas, girl. They got the guns, they got the 4.5s with the beam on them, they got the motherfucking AR-15s, they got all that shit. I'm gonna need for y'all to go out into these motherfucking streets and deal with these young heterosexual niggas. It's not up to the gays, because apparently you say that we want to indoctrinate them and fuck them. So why don't y'all go ahead and do the right thing and tell those men, either y'all stop selling poison in this community, or we're gonna handle you with force. But of course, it's easier to pick on the gays. Hey, Miss Ann, you came in towards the end. Shout out to Miss Ann, okay? But y'all, we will be back with more stuff. I really appreciate y'all. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead. Y'all go ahead and drop. I appreciate you, Harold. I appreciate you, Queen Stevie. Thank you so much for your time, for your words. And we're gonna be back, girl. Because I'm about to eat and I'm about to go ahead and spy with my little leprechaun eye what's going on, girl. You know what I'm saying? But you got something you want to say, Queen?
Other than the fight, it doesn't stop here. It does not stop here. We have to continue on. We have to continue on to keep bringing awareness to this. Because if not, the end result is him taking over the White House. And he already said what he's going to do when he gets in there. And as far as Clarence Thomas is concerned, he's never been for the people. So don't be fooled by these black conservatives out here, because they took a more softer approach. Don't let the Candace Owens of the world and the Clarence Thomas and the Tim Scotts, all of them, don't be fooled by them. They're one of them. They are white supremacists in black skin.
Right. Harold? I know Harold probably be like, bruh, I'm done. I'm just waiting for you to get. We about to go for real. Just go ahead, just say one thing, girl. Just be shady one time. Just go ahead. Harold, don't be praying over there, girl. Let the other little energy speak in your ear. Where you at, Harold? Oh, Lord, girl. Okay. Never mind then. I guess I'll do it. Skin folk ain't can folk. All right. Well, you continue to have a good rest of a good evening, Queen Stevie, and you have the rest of a good night, King Harold, and I'll be talking to y'all later. Thank you.
You too. Talk to you.
All right. Peace. All right, y'all. That was a live. Shout out to Miss Ann, Queen Steve. Shout out to y'all for all y'all being here. I really appreciate it. I was not expecting to be here for 5 hours. I thought I was going to be here for only like 2 hours, but you know. But I thank y'all so much. Again, make sure you hit the like button. It helps this channel to grow in the algorithms. All right. You can definitely hit that Cash App again at the bottom of the screen. $ BubzDaGawd. Okay. Anything you seeing, we appreciate, baby. We putting in work. Okay. We putting in work. All right. And until next time, everybody, get my shit together here. Until next time, everybody. Peace.
Love never dies, just choose to be born again. Yeah.